Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of the Open Session 2020 Special Edition from the European Commission for the Control of Foot and Mouth Disease. I'm Carissa Miller, a veterinarian working with EuFMD, and I'll be moderating this morning's session. To help introduce this morning's session, I'd like to pass you over to Fabrizio Rosso, our Deputy Executive Secretary of EuFMD. Fabrizio, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carissa, and welcome all to the fourth session of the Open Session 2020. And Carissa, really thank you for having guided us with your professionalism through the morning sessions of this Open Session 2020. This week, the Open Session is dedicated to FMD and similar transboundary animal diseases emergency management. With the previous session on Tuesday, we focused on how to improve the availability of critical resources, including quality vaccines and diagnostic supply. We have seen how modeling, simulation exercises, qualitative performance metrics can help in assessing resources in case of crisis, and also how alternative testing approaches, laboratory network, and new systems to ensure supply of diagnostics are essential for proper laboratory response in case of drastic increase of demand. And we have also debated how security in vaccine supply and involvement of stakeholders in contingency planning are important to ensure proper response capacity. Today's session is instead more focused on resilience to long-term crises. Prolonged emergency situation might affect the continuity of business and availability of support services. And well, a lot of parallelism can probably come to mind considering the current COVID-19 pandemic and the related crisis, which is ongoing since many months. What are the implications of a crisis from a business continuity perspective? The Open Session 20 is called Livelihood at Risk in a Faster World, and businesses sustain livelihood. In a crisis, every single stakeholder, from animal owners to private companies, and also decision makers, will probably do what they can to survive. Well, business continuity planning is not about being in a survival mode, but rather planning ahead to minimize disruption. And I hope we will have today the possibility to debate on how policies can ensure continuity of businesses, how the involvement of stakeholders can be improved in the definition of such policies, but also the importance of sociological and psychological aspects in protracted crisis. So I wish you all a good session. Looking forward for the conclusions and the discussions. Back to you, Carissa.
Thank you so much, Fabrizio, for setting the scene so well for our final session today. So many of you would be aware that this is EuFMD's first open session online, and we've had some fantastic engagement. We've had over 1,400 registered participants and over 1,000 users visiting the virtual site and website. So please do make use of the information and the activities on the event website, eufmdvirtual.com. Remember, you can post questions for all of our speakers on the forum. You can visit the information desks and our partner areas. You can play the Get Prepared and Lesion Aging games. And of course, I'd highly recommend visiting the podcast area and listening to their related, the post area and listening to their related podcasts. All of our live sessions are being streamed on Facebook, YouTube, and the virtual site, and the recordings are available on the event website. On the 16th of February, we will hold a concluding session, and all our pages will remain open, and you can continue your discussions and debates on the Open Session 20 topics. Between now and this closing session, there will be a number of ad hoc workshops on topics including risk mapping and forecasting, EuFMDis for improved preparedness, and vaccine security, assuring the supply of quality vaccines. Information on the workshops will be made available on the website shortly. And finally, the virtual area will always remain open, and that's where we aim to host our other events until we can meet live once again. Now, to introduce this session's theme and presenters, I'll hand you over to our chair for this session, Germán Garrido. Germán qualified as a veterinarian through the University of Madrid and as an epidemiologist through the Royal Veterinary College. He worked for a number of years as a clinical veterinarian and in government work in both Spain and the UK, respectively, until securing a job with the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, where he has fulfilled a number of positions related to animal health, most recently accepting the role as head of the Epidemiology Department of the General Subdirectorate of Animal Health, Hygiene and Traceability. Germán, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carissa, and welcome everybody to this last but not the least session 4 of this special online edition of the Open Session that is dealing with this important topic that is surviving resilience to long-term fast. The special online setting of this Open Session, as Fabrizio mentioned, suits perfectly today's topic. It is nothing else than resilience, adaptation, carrying on, trying to continue in spite of the adversity of this crisis that we are living nowadays with COVID-19. Fast diseases, as you well know, cause enormous impact on the life of all those that directly or indirectly depends on livestock. Their livelihoods is put at risk. In episodic setting, businesses trade an important share of the national economy of many countries is put at risk. In epizootic settings, things even affect, or these fast diseases could affect even food security of entire smallholders communities that depends and rely on for food, and also opportunities to trade and to grow for developing countries are lost. How we adapt to these crisis situations, particularly when they last long, in order to carry on to survive in as normal as possible way, is what we are dealing with today's session. The presentation that we are having today speak or deal with different topics like biosecurity, compartmentalization, preparedness, psychological support, modeling, regaining freedom. All of them are aspects, tools, approaches to facilitate this long-term resilience to fast diseases. I hope that you enjoy today's session as much as I will. And more importantly, that you find useful learning things, aspects, tools, approaches that can help you to manage this difficult situation that fat disease come along with. Carissa, I think for me is okay. Carissa, over to you, and enjoy the session, everybody.
Thank you so much, Germán. So now with pleasure that I introduce the first keynote speaker presentation for this session. This is a recorded presentation provided by Francisco Reverigo, who is the DG for Health and Food Safety of the European Commission. And Francisco will be presenting on improving business continuity in the EU, the regulatory and policy challenges.
Hello, I am Paco Reverigo. I work for the European Commission as an advisor for crisis management in food, animals and plants. And today I will be talking about business continuity in the European Union, mainly focusing on the regulatory and policy challenges. I will introduce the topic, setting a context and indicating which are the key factors that affect business continuity. As of the context, I would like to speak about 3 different issues today. The first is sustainability. Business continuity is related to the wide concept of sustainability all over the food chain. This in the European Union has been recently addressed through the Farm to Fork strategy, that is one of the major elements of the Green Deal. For those not familiar with European Union policies, maybe you would be interested on knowing more about these two major topics, the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork. An important part of the sustainability is resilience. In our case, it is resilience to animal diseases, to major animal diseases, to the diseases that are similar to foot-and-mouth disease, diseases that can be devastating. And the resilience is based, as it's very well known, on prevention, preparedness, early detection, early reaction, containment, control, eradication, etc. In the Union, in the European Union, we put emphasis on contingency planning to ensure a resilient system. But even though diseases tend to happen, there are outbreaks of animal diseases now and then, here and over there. And then the focus is as well on mitigating the damage during the outbreaks. The business continuity enables good containment, good control, and hopefully good eradication. If we cannot ensure the continuity of the operation of the livestock farmers, we would be in a difficult situation as regards the implementation of the necessary measures for control and eradication. And there are factors that affect business continuity. Plenty of factors that makes this landscape rather complicated. The first and possibly the main one is the value chain. It is completely different addressing diseases when we are confronted to a complex value chain compared to a simple or simplistic value chain. Then the operators, the stakeholders, are different when there are multiple actors or just few actors, and whether these actors, farmers, hunters, policymakers, law enforcement, are well integrated or not, and if these stakeholders have a sufficient knowledge of basic concepts such as biosecurity. Sustaining everything is the legislative framework, and in this case, we can elaborate on whether the legislative framework should be more or less flexible, more or less prescriptive. It's not for today, but we should be aware that there are different ways of establishing legislative frameworks. And overall, we have to be aware of the resources available in the public sector and in the private that affect tremendously biosecurity. But there are other important factors affecting business continuity that are related to the disease itself, are related to the disease agents, as it is the persistence of the virus in the environment, the morbidity, the mortality, all factors related to the epidemiology of the disease, like single versus multiple introduction of the virus, type of host, seasonality, vectors, the availability of disease control instruments, whether we have a good diagnostic system, whether there are vaccines available, and also the vulnerability of the susceptible livestock population. For that, we should be aware of the importance of the livestock structure as regards the implementation of biosecurity. How to improve business continuity? How do we try to strengthen the resilience of the livestock industry in Europe when confronted with animal diseases? Well, we need to address the structural factors as well as the factors related to the diseases themselves. In order to improve business continuity, there are some issues that need attention. How to design a system that is more resilient to the diseases of concern. How the regulatory and policy action can really make a difference. And then from the wide range of instruments that are available, which are the major tools or policies or legal instruments that are suitable in each situation. Let's go through. In the EU, and it's not a secret, and most of you are already familiar with, we have deployed and developed a very wide range of measures, instruments, tools for ensuring business continuity in case of major animal diseases. We have legislation, we have a network of laboratories, we put some emphasis on training, scientific advice. All this has to be done in due course. All this is available, and from this very wide range of instruments, the European Union has been able to develop a system that is capable of minimizing the damage of animal diseases. But today, I will focus on just 3 major tools or policies, whatever you wish, for business continuity. Just 3, but the 3. The first one is biosecurity. The second one is regionalization or zoning. Depends on the part of the world you live. You tend to call this concept regionalization or zoning. And the third one is vaccination. Let's go to the first one, biosecurity. Nothing new. Everyone has his own idea of biosecurity. For me, for example, I tend to say that biosecurity is just a state of mind. But today, we will address biosecurity from another angle, from the angle of the legislation, the policy and regulatory issues, and the way the European Union addresses biosecurity with the legal instruments that are available. And we will go through some examples to show to you the way we operate biosecurity in the Union. Let me go through some general policy and regulatory aspects of biosecurity. Biosecurity in the Union is conceived as part of the responsibilities of operators, veterinarians, and pet keepers. And biosecurity is also part of the animal health visits, in which the veterinarians are expected to provide advice to the operators as regards biosecurity. Biosecurity should be adopted in a manner that is sufficiently flexible, that it suits the type of production, the animal species or categories of animals involved on the measures, and should take account the local circumstances and the technical developments. But let's go to some more specific aspects of the way biosecurity is enshrined in the regulatory framework of the European Union. And one option is to enable derogations to restrictions in case where the member states or operators are able to successfully put in place high level of biosecurity. Then, by way of derogation from a prohibition, the competent authorities can allow the dispatch of animals, provided that they come from holdings that implement the biosecurity requirements needed. In this case, I'm referring to African swine fever. But biosecurity can also be applied to high-risk areas, and there, reinforced biosecurity measures that are in place to reduce the risk of transmission of viruses from wildlife to livestock. In this case, the example I would like to bring to you is the one of avian influenza. There, depending on the assessment of the epidemiological situation, the competent authority must prohibit some activities in high-risk areas. For example, the keeping together of ducks and geese with other poultry species like chicken, or even the keeping of poultry in the open air, unless some conditions are met. Let's go to the second pillar and let's have a look to the way regionalization is applied in the European Union, focusing on the regulatory and policy issues with some examples. Let's go through the more general aspects the regulatory and political aspects of regionalization. In our view, regionalization, either it is well done or it's better not even to try. When it's not perfectly implemented, it never works. So some of the key principles of sustainable regionalization, a successful regionalization, is that you will need to ensure a swift response. Regionalization cannot be applied late, with delay. It has to happen immediately when the event occurs. Regionalization should be risk-based, true, and respect proportionality. What is meant by this proportionality? When you demarcate regionalization, you have to guess the right size of the area subjected to the different restrictions. This is delicate. This is based on science, and it's a kind of art that you learn with time. And it's also important to consider the duration of this regionalization. The restrictions cannot be lifted too early, but should not last longer than needed. Otherwise, the engagement of the stakeholders, of the operators, will not be sufficient to ensure a successful regionalization. Then the way regionalization is applied has to be consistent. The authorities must be predictable. Predictable and understood by the operators, those in charge of administering the restrictions, as well as predictable by the trading partners. Whenever an outbreak occurs in the EU, we expect that our major trading partners are in a position to guess what the European Union is going to do. With this, the level of trust is increased and the acceptability of the regionalization is optimized. And all this should happen with the major degree of transparency and awareness by all the players. Transparency between the authorities, the veterinary services, awareness of the operators, the traders, the farmers, the ambassadors. Everyone should be aware on how regionalization works in the European Union. How do we do that in practical terms in the Union? Well, first we have the roles of the players clearly defined. The Commission is in charge of regionalization, is in charge of the design of the measures, and the member states are primarily in charge of the implementation of those measures. For that, we need to ensure a rapid flow of information so that we are in a position to adopt urgently the emergency measures that lay down the restrictions and the rules applicable through the regionalization process. These emergency measures are always agreed within the member states of the Union and are immediately applicable. And for that, we make huge efforts in our decision-making system to ensure that once adopted, the regionalization is immediately applicable in the territory of concern. And this is very transparently explained to the outside world through the legislative acts, normally in the form of decision, that are published in the official journal of the European Union in 23 languages. Every time we do regionalization, we adopt a legal text, we publish the legal text, and we facilitate the rest of the world to know and to understand what we are doing as regards regionalization. Regionalization has to be complemented with other measures: traceability, the epidemiological investigation, surveillance, vaccination, and has to be done with flexibility, paying specific attention to the enforceability, the understandability, and the robustness of the system. And examples of regionalization in the Union are available, and some of you are familiar with. I'm presenting just two different maps. Colors indicate measures, colors indicate different risks, colors in the map indicate different rules, and these two examples of blue tongue and African swine fever just illustrate how do we do the business in the European Union. The third element is vaccination, and we will go straight forward to the regulatory issues that affect the way we implement vaccination. There are challenges for vaccination policies in the Union. We have a legal framework that is somehow scattered. We have had suboptimal vaccines. We have an historical background in which vaccination was not incentivized. We know that vaccines are not enough, and we need to pay special attention to vaccination. And there are some other challenges, such as risk acceptance, risk tolerance, risk sharing, and the acceptance by the trade and the consumers of the products coming from vaccinated establishments. But there are also opportunities. We have a new legal framework, and this legal framework, composed by the veterinary medicine regulation and the animal health law, aim at introducing more flexibility to facilitate the use of vaccines in the veterinary field in a more coherent manner under the animal health law, and with more flexibility for exceptional authorization under emergencies. There are some new provisions that are available that try to maximize flexibility. We will have new vaccines sooner or later for diseases such as African swine fever, and for the European Union, if of major importance, the availability of vaccines through our vaccine banks. We have already some for major diseases, foot and mouth disease, classical swine fever, lumpy skin disease, and others are likely to come in the near future. How do we do vaccination? You can see the example of lumpy skin disease. This is the first time that the European Union has embarked in mass vaccination using a live vaccine, homologous vaccine against lumpy skin disease imported from South Africa. Possibly, it's not the ideal way of deploying emergency vaccination over a large territory, because vaccination started even without having the EU-specific detailed rules that we constructed on the way. But the experience was extremely successful, as you can see in the maps in the slides. Through vaccination, the European Union and Europe in general, in Southeast Europe, we managed to contain, control, and hopefully eradicate a disease that is not easy at all, lumpy skin disease. With this, I would like to finish this presentation, this talk, and I hope that I have introduced in an understandable manner all the political, policy, and regulatory aspects related to business continuity in the European Union. Thank you very much, and we keep in touch.
Hello, everybody. Before the next presentation, I would like to remind all the viewers that you can post your questions about the presentations that you are watching today in the forum, and in order to make us able to answer them, or as many as possible, then later in the roundtable. Now it's time for the next presentation, in which Dr. Jan Barden, Executive Director of the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe, is giving us a presentation about tackling fast diseases through a public-private partnership. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Barden.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Germán. Thank you for introducing me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of this open session, Special Edition 2020, for inviting me to give this speech. I also wish to thank all of you for joining this session 4, Resilience to Long-Term Fast Crisis, the importance of animal welfare supply chain and the business continuity. It's a pity that we can only meet via this computer screen, and I wish to all of you that in the coming months we will overcome this pandemic and that we will be able to meet again in person. The current pandemic clearly shows that infectious diseases don't respect borders and can spread rapidly from one country to another and have catastrophic effects. Foot and mouth disease and similar transboundary diseases remain a permanent threat, especially in Europe with its highly specialized and high-value animal husbandry systems. Using so many novel methods and tools for animal health management, for example, now the precision livestock farming. A single introduction of a fast disease can have an enormous impact on animals and people and their economies. Can I have the next slide, please? So, as was already mentioned to you by the chair, my name is Jan Vaarten. I'm a veterinarian, graduated from the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, and I've started my career in a mixed animal practice in the Netherlands. At that time, the Netherlands were seriously hit by an outbreak of classical swine fever, and all piglets had to be vaccinated. And I can assure you, I did thousands and thousands of them when I was in practice. Later on, I joined a pharmaceutical company where I worked in the research and development department, in particular on the development of vaccines. And then I joined the Dutch Veterinary Association. I just started my work there, or another outbreak of classical swine fever was imported, and millions of animals had to be killed and rendered. It was a terrible experience. A few years later, we faced an outbreak of foot and mouth disease, again with disastrous effects for the livestock sector and society in general. Then I went to the Ministry of Agriculture in The Hague, and now, since already more than 15 years, I'm the director of the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe, a federation of veterinary professional organizations from 39 European countries, and our head office is in Brussels. Can you click one time, please? The mission of FVE is to enhance animal health, animal welfare, public health, and the protection of the environment by promoting the veterinary profession. And we aim to do this in such a way that it is recognized and valued by our society. We think we are not on an island, we are within society, and we have to keep our eyes and ears open for the needs and demands of the society. As you can see from the mission, FVE is very much One Health oriented. And in my view, if one thing becomes clear from the current pandemic, it's the importance of One Health, the link between the health of people, animals, and the ecosystems. Moreover, controlling single One Health issues, like a fast disease or antimicrobial resistance, that is not enough anymore. We have to take a step back and take a more systemic approach. We must look beyond the specific diseases as such and consider the conditions that allow the diseases to emerge and spread. Can I have the next slide, please? Next, yes, thank you. Today, I'm not speaking on behalf of FVE alone. I'm speaking to you on behalf of a group of 8 different European associations. There's Animal Health Europe, the producers of veterinary medicinal products in Europe, Copa-Cogeca, European Farmers and Agri-Cooperatives, EFPRA, European Fat Processors and Renderers, EFAP, the European Forum of Animal Breeders, UECBV, European Livestock and Meat Trades Union, FEFAC, la Fédération Européenne des Fabricants d'Aliments Composés, so the producers of mixed feeds, FESAS, the Fédération Européenne pour la Santé Animale et la Sécurité Sanitaire, and then FVE. This is a large and a strong group of private partners in the livestock production chain. And if I'm not mistaken, representatives of all the organizations are in the audience today. In 2018, the value of the EU livestock production chain was calculated at 172 billion euros and accounted for about 40% of the total EU agricultural production. But in addition to the economic value, EU livestock also represent additional values, such as high quality food and safe food, food security, landscape conservation, etc. Another value for which the appreciation is steadily growing is the welfare of animals. And the current published launched EU Green Deal emphasizes the importance of good animal welfare for healthy animals and a healthy production chain. Can I have the next one, please? As you all know, foot and mouth disease and similar transboundary animal diseases can rapidly spread and instigate significant outbreaks. In my own experience, many diseases are champions in going around control measures. They can have serious impact on animal health and welfare, and because many people have not seen animals suffering from one of the fast diseases, our memory of what it means for the animals might be fading away. Nevertheless, I can assure you it's devastating. Fast diseases affect the livelihoods of a large number of livestock keepers. It really is a disaster for livestock keepers when their animals die or have to be killed, and valuable breeding animals can get lost. Also, other partners of the production value chain are impacted. Many partners that deliver goods or services to the livestock chain will feel the impact. There is the impact on the international trade of animals and animal products. Also, there's an effect on the sustainability of animal production and a big societal concern. You will be aware of the societal upheaval and concerns that are caused by fast disease outbreaks. Can I have the next one, please? Thank you. In fact, fast diseases are disruptive for and involve private partners in the livestock production value chain, with the direct and indirect losses, but also are very disruptive and require the involvement of the public authority, as was also illustrated in the presentation of Paco Riviero. One click, please. No. Oh, sorry. One back, please. Sorry. Okay, thank you. In close communication with the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, the EU has developed a legal framework for the prevention and control of animal disease outbreaks, as was explained to you 10 minutes ago. It is essential that this legal framework is tuned to coherent livestock production practices to maintain high animal health and welfare standards, good animal husbandry practices, effective herd health management, enhanced biosecurity, monitoring and surveillance programs, all are part of a resilient animal production chain. Can I have the next one, please? When we look into the prevention and control toolbox, we see a lot of tools. I've listed here some of them, you can see the list. But if you look at them all together, what is clear that all these tools require the involvement of both the public and the private partners. Can I have the next one, please? The next one, please. Communication is key. Better understanding will give between the public and private partners will give more commitment, less frustration, better coordination, and increased effectivity and efficiency. There's a great potential for a win-win. Can I have the next one, please? Recently, the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, developed, with the input of many experts from public and private background, a public-private partnership handbook. Also, the current FAO, Chief Veterinary Officer, was involved, and on the picture you can see him promoting the development of public-private partnerships. In my opinion, both for public institutions as well as for private partners, public-private partnerships are essential to create synergy. Without the commitment of private partners, public institutions will have great difficulties to achieve their goals, and also vice versa. Public-private collaboration should not only apply in short-term projects and for financial reasons. A well-organized collaboration creates a real win-win situation. Can I have the next one, please? Some of the benefits of public-private partnerships, and I've taken this also from the handbook, are less business risks, more positive working relationships, support for the private sector, a better alignment of business strategies to work with the government priorities, and a greater trust on both sides, on the government, on the public side and the private side. The next one, please. In the EU, the Commission, in developing the animal health law and its tertiary legislation, seeks the input from member states, competent authorities, and also private sector stakeholders, which we all very much appreciate. But also as private sector partners in the livestock production, we also want to take our responsibility and ownership in prevention and control of fast diseases and in building a more resilient production chain. We want to provide additional insights and information that goes beyond feedback on legislative proposals. It's important to give this feedback on the proposals, but there is more. The private sector stakeholders in livestock production wish to explore a collaboration with public partners and academia in a public-private partnership against fast diseases, to address animal health management in a structured and open discussion. The public-private platform can investigate specific areas of concern and propose solutions that are supported by all partners. Some of the examples of topics we are thinking of are criteria for the application of emergency vaccination during fast disease outbreaks to create a level for keeping vaccinated animals in the food chain, optimal use of available surveillance tools to help in regaining disease-free status, opportunities to shorten vaccine marketing authorizations procedures, and more like that. Best practices for good animal husbandry and biosecurity management should be shared. Based on strict practices, culling of genetically high-quality breeding animals could be reconsidered and where possibly avoided. Another issue we see is the rendering capacity. We cannot afford the loss of public trust resulting from piles of dead carcasses in the front page news. Can I have the next one, please? In line, the Phase 5 work program of the European Commission for Control of Foot and Mouth Diseases, EuFMD, can facilitate a public-private partnership on fast diseases. And it includes the establishment of a discussion forum of public and private stakeholders to increase collaboration and engagement of the private sector in the prevention and control of fast diseases, and also to address their concerns and challenges of disease control and better ways to raise awareness of fast diseases, altogether to strengthen the resilience of the whole chain. Can I have the next one, please? So all these 8 organizations listed here again have come together and have spoken about the possibilities to explore if we can set up this public-private platform to discuss with private partners and academia how we best work together, how we create synergy, how we share our experiences, and how we create a better understanding and better commitment to each other's positions. Can I have the next one, please? With the support of the EuFMD, the private stakeholders wish to invite the public stakeholders, partners and academia to a series of simulation exercises that address specific aspects of fast outbreaks control that are of concern. By applying these control measures in real-time specific issues and gaps may surface. These can be discussed by all participants to reach a consensus on possible solutions. Next one, please. Some of the items I already mentioned are emergency vaccination, products from vaccinated animals in the food chain, supporting biosecurity along the food chain, in particular on farms, and capacity in the face of fast disease outbreaks. And we hope all these discussions will help to strengthen the long-term resilience of the food chain. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barden, for your interesting presentation. I have one question for you. Well, as you mentioned in your presentation, welfare or the public concern about welfare issue is increasing with time, and now the public acceptability to the slaughter, to the culling of vaccinated animals, more if they are healthy, is a problem. But on the other hand, probably the consumer wouldn't accept, or not at the level we desire, the meat coming from vaccinated animals. These two aspects are very limiting for the application by official veterinary services in different countries of the vaccination as an emergency measure. How, in your opinion, could official veterinary services overcome this bottleneck with these two issues?
Well, I think this is a good example where official veterinary services and the private partners can work together. I think we can overcome, or we can try to overcome this bottleneck by all giving the same message, but both from the public side as well as from the private side. We all have to underline the benefits of vaccination, of emergency vaccination, to control a disease, to have as less animals disease as possible. And at the same time, we also have to give all together the same message that this does not affect the safety of the products from these animals. And I think this is really a good example where by consultation between public and private partners, we can all give the same message and hoping to convince the public that there's no problem in consuming the products from these animals.
Thank you very much for this clear answer. I think the message is one only message by everybody with this information would be nice. Okay, Carissa, it's over to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Barden.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to our two keynote speakers. Another quick reminder just to post any questions that you might have on the forum, which you can access at eufmdvirtual.com, and our speakers can address any questions that you have at the end of this morning's session at the round table. So now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Rebecca Garcia, the former president of the Association of Government Veterinarians in the UK. And Rebecca has provided a recorded presentation on veterinary services well-being, a key element of resilient fast crises. Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Garcia Pinillos. I'm speaking to you as past president of the Association of Government Vets in the UK on the topic veterinary services well-being as a key element of resilient fast crises. And I really would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on this topic, which I think is really, really important. So firstly, I would like to make clear that during a crisis, everyone's well-being is important, including livestock. This talk focuses specifically on veterinary services, but this doesn't mean that the well-being of other groups are less important. And I just wanted to make sure that I clear that from the beginning. And as we see in this map, fast crises are affecting many different countries, and as a result, millions of people. And during a disease outbreak, the priority is to stop disease and to stop disease spreading, But we also need to ensure that we preserve human safety, that we preserve animal welfare, that we preserve economical interest, the sustainability of the sector. And for that, we need to involve a number of different elements, including food security, feed security, manpower, disease surveillance capabilities, vaccines, skills and training, epidemiology, testing, inspection, etc. For this, veterinary services play a key role during disease control crisis. And as such, their well-being or our well-being is paramount in order to ensure that we have an efficient and continued service response to the crisis. Some mental health responders have already made clear in the context of veterinary services that there is a feeling within the profession that colleagues understand us better, and this might well be the case with other professions. And the fact that someone is living and breathing the same things, the same high and lows, facilitates these connections. Also, some of us tend to keep things quiet. Therefore, it's paramount to create spaces to talk and also to help each other. And I would like to talk to you about the wellbeing survey that we did in the UK back in 2018 when I was president of the Association of Government Vets. And we were trying to find out what level of wellbeing government vets have that have operated within the UK. We circulated the survey via a number of different means, mainly online, using intranets, using circulations within different government departments, social media links, and we received over 700 responses, most of which originated from vets that have been working for over 10 years, full-time, and spending the majority of their working time on the field. What did we find? About a third of the respondents we had have been involved in mass culling events, and almost 2/3 of these found the word emotionally challenging. Only 17% of those reported that they had support mechanisms in place during the mass culling exercises, and only half of those made use of them. So it's not just enough to have a support mechanism, you also need to be able to use it and to have the willingness and the drive to do it and the time as well. And most of the respondents were working in organizations with a walk-away policy, which means we can move and leave the premises if we feel at risk, for example, but more than a quarter actually were unaware if their company had these policies. We asked vets what support tools were being used, and as you see, the majority mentioned indeed colleagues. 108 respondents mentioned they were referring to colleagues when they needed support. Some of them referred to the management, vet support groups, and different support groups such as VetLife, human resources, tools that might be available, mentor figures, intranet, internet, etc. So as you see, there is a mixture of things going from colleagues to friends, family coaching, and different resources. But the one prevalent at the top is colleagues. Many of the respondents said that they had difficulties and they had to engaging with difficult conversations, but only about a quarter have received training on this. And the report, we were looking at how we could address this gap. We are trained as vets, but are we training in those soft skills that we need to do our job as well, particularly during crisis? And also they mentioned support, getting support from colleagues and being part of a team as something key. We asked vets also whether any of us had witnessed situations that were found distressing. And as you can see, we have here euthanasia, we have welfare, we have foot and mouth, we have distressing, we have FMD. So foot and mouth disease really came as a prominent word within the cloud. And this was done in 2018. The main outbreak in the UK was 2001. So that means that 17 years after, this was very much present as a distressing scenario in the minds of many vets. And in fact, when you look at Google and you put foot and mouth disease or FMD, you come across images like that, which many of them are going back to the calpires of 2001, although some are from other countries now. But it is important to understand that this can stay for us and in our minds for a very, very long time. So examples of well-being factors that are affecting vet, I've put a few here from my personal experience, from experiences speaking to other colleagues, and also from the survey that we undertook. So we have our basic needs. We all need to eat, we all need to drink, to go to the toilet, to have a break. And do we have time for breaks? Are we working long hours? How are we managing our basic needs? And for those that are working in full protective equipments, you might understand how challenging can be a simple task like going to the toilet, where you have to ungear, you have to follow cleaning and disinfection and biosecurity procedures. So it's not as simple as just quickly going away 5 minutes and coming back, but there is much more behind it. And again, taking the time for breaks, etc. Being on call when you are in a very extended crisis, the on-call duties might become increasingly burdensome. Many vets are doing this in addition to their business as usual roles. So actually, if the crisis increases and goes for a long time, this may become a stress factor within veterinary services that needs to be addressed and managed. And also how we are coping with our personal life, how we are managing between all these extended working hours, how being on call, how we are managing our personal lives with that, which is a key element for our well-being. Also the team or the lack of team or our sense of perspective. Do we see the light at the end of the tunnel? Is this going to be going on forever? Can we cope with loss? How are we coping with loss, or even coping with other people suffering for the loss they are having in their farms? Our equipment most times should be designed to help us and to facilitate our job, but if we end up with a protective equipment that doesn't fit us, or stunning equipment that doesn't work, that can actually become a stress factor again and impact our well-being and possibly the well-being of many others. The type of housing, the access we have to the animals we have to work with, the restraining facilities, the support that we have, all of these. How can we get to the farm? Is it easy to get there? Is it not? What weather do we have? Is it really cold? Is it really hot? Is it raining? So our masks are fogging if we're wearing protective equipment mask. Is it really hot? So actually it's becoming a nightmare to be in a protective suit. So what is the weather like? That is things that we live with, but actually can become increasingly and exponentially bigger impacts in a crisis. And the ethical dilemmas are something very present in the veterinary profession. And clearly in a fast outbreak, we have the biggest dilemma, to kill or not to kill, with many of our colleagues are being faced on many times during their careers. And it's not an easy decision to take. What are the expectations that we have as a veterinary profession or as a professional ourselves, and what are the external expectations that people has on veterinary services? Can those expectations be managed? Can they be fulfilled? Can we fulfill them? It might be that the expectations are not paired, so that's something important as well. And on top of the crisis, we could have additional elements that are going to impact everybody's well-being. So we may be in a country at war. We may be suffering from inclement weather with drought or with flooding. We may have a lack of resources because our country simply does not have the equipment for managing this crisis, or because the crisis has been going on for so long that we have run out of resources. We may have other disease incursions, and we can think now, for example, on the north of Europe, where many countries are dealing with highly pathogenic avian flu outbreaks, a bit different to FMD, but also with the COVID pandemic. So again, we have multiple disease incursions, and veterinary services are having to manage different areas and different aspects. I would like to conclude with 3 key concluding remarks. It's very important that we identify well-being as a key component of resilient veterinary services. It's very important that we explore well-being impact factors for veterinary services. And once we are aware what those impact factors are, it's really then important to identify the tools and processes that we can use to help manage and improve well-being within veterinary services during a crisis, to ensure that we can do so in a resilient way. Thank you very much, everybody. And I do hope that this talk helps you to reflect about the well-being of your veterinary services.
Thank you to Rebecca for providing that great presentation on a really important topic. I'll now take us on to our next presenter. It's a recorded presentation from Graham Garner from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation. And Graham will be presenting on comparing surveillance approaches to support regaining free status after a foot and mouth disease outbreak. Thank you very much, Graham.
Good afternoon. Today, I want to talk to you about some work done in Australia to look at surveillance to support regaining FMD freedom after an outbreak. When dealing with a disease like FMD, eradicating the disease is just the first step. To minimise the economic impacts, the aim is to regain FMD-free status and re-establish export markets as soon as possible. This is particularly important for countries with export-focused economies. Following an outbreak, surveillance will be required to provide assurance that FMD has been eradicated. We refer to this as post-outbreak surveillance. Through its code and manual, OIE provides general information but not specific guidelines on surveillance to regain free status. Serological surveillance using antibody tests is recommended for demonstrating freedom, with different approaches required for vaccinated and unvaccinated populations. If vaccination is used during the response and vaccinated animals are retained, then a serological survey using antibody tests to non-structural proteins will be required. The bottom line here is collecting and testing large numbers of blood samples will be labour intensive and expensive. However, recent developments, including newer diagnostic approaches and sampling methods for FMD, raise the possibility that we may be able to do post-outbreak surveillance more efficiently and effectively. Some of these developments include collecting and testing oral fluids and bulk milk tank samples, and using quantitative real-time PCR tests. To test this hypothesis, we used epidemiological modelling to simulate FMD outbreaks in Australia using the Australian Animal Disease Spread Model, ADIS. This is a tool used by animal health authorities to support planning and preparedness for emergency animal diseases in Australia. The model includes a post-outbreak management module, which can be used to look at managing vaccinated animals and surveillance issues after an outbreak. For this presentation, I will focus on a study scenario in the state of Victoria, shown in red on the map on this slide. Victoria is Australia's largest food and fibre exporting state and is the centre of Australia's dairy production. It has more intensive farming and higher livestock densities than much of the rest of Australia. For this scenario, FMD is assumed to start on a dairy farm in September, that is, spring in the Southern Hemisphere. Control programs with and without 5-kilometre emergency ring vaccination were used, and both vaccinate and remove and vaccinate and retain policies were modelled. After the outbreak is controlled, post-outbreak surveillance programs are simulated. The default post-outbreak surveillance used in this study is based on the European Foot and Mouth Disease Directive. These requirements are summarised in the table on this slide. Briefly, for non-vaccinated animals, this involves clinical inspection of cattle and pigs and serological surveillance of sheep. For vaccinated animals, it involves census surveillance using serology and non-structural protein tests. Alternate approaches to post-outbreak surveillance were identified through a meeting of epidemiologists, virologists and laboratory diagnosticians held in Canberra in 2018. The alternatives involve varying the sampling regime, the sampling approaches, and all the diagnostic tests used. For this study, we looked at one alternative for unvaccinated animals and 3 alternatives for vaccinated animals, which we will come to shortly. The approaches were compared in terms of resources and logistics, time taken to do the surveillance, cost, and effectiveness. By effectiveness, we mean the ability of the surveillance regime to correctly identify the infection status of herds. Moving on to results, the Victorian scenario tended to produce large FMD epidemics which could last for a year or longer. Vaccination was very effective in reducing both the size and duration of the outbreak. It was particularly effective in reducing the likelihood of getting a very large outbreak, as can be seen on these box and whisker plots. Looking at the post-outbreak surveillance programs, first in unvaccinated animals. Here, the alternative approach replaced on-farm clinical inspection of dairy herds with bulk milk tank samples and on-farm clinical inspection of pigs with saliva collection using rope tethers. And blood sampling of sheep was replaced with oral swabs. For serology was replaced by pooled quantitative real-time PCR testing. Compared to the baseline, on average, the alternative approach reduced the time to complete the surveillance by 12% and reduced the cost by 31%, a saving of around 4.3 million Australian dollars. Importantly, there was no reduction in effectiveness surveillance. In fact, there was a significant reduction in the number of false positives and a reduced likelihood of missing a true positive herd. In vaccinated animals, the first alternative approach retained serology but reduced the sampling intensity. Alternative 2 replaced serology with oral swabs and PCR, and alternative 3 replaced on-farm visits and sample collection for dairy herds with bulk milk tank sampling and pig herds with saliva collection using sampling ropes. Compared to the baseline, the alternative approaches reduced surveillance time by 1 to 4% and cost by 1.5 to 7.3%. Alternatives 2 and 3 were also effective in reducing the number of false positives and false negative results. Alternative 3 consistently performed the best in this study. Of course, in a response with vaccination, surveillance of both vaccinated and unvaccinated animals will be required. When we combine the alternative for unvaccinated animals with the best performing alternative 3 for vaccinated animals, compared to the baseline, we were able to reduce average surveillance time by 11 days and average surveillance cost by 3.7 million Australian dollars. So, in conclusion, substantiating freedom from infection after an outbreak of FMD is an essential component of a control program. If vaccination is used and vaccinated animals are retained, then additional surveillance of this population will be required. We have shown that alternative approaches based on non-invasive sampling methods and real-time PCR tests have the potential to enable post-outbreak surveillance to be done more quickly and less expensively than traditional approaches based on serological surveys. I would like to acknowledge that this work was done under the Australian EuFMD Ready project, which aims to strengthen preparedness for an emergency animal disease outbreak in Australia and facilitate an earlier return to trade. This project uses FMD as its model. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Graham for that very interesting presentation. It's great to see how this work has progressed. Our next speaker is Tatiana Marshik, a PhD student of the University of Veterinary Medicine in Vienna. And Tatiana will be presenting on the epidemiological and economic impact of a potential outbreak of foot and mouth disease in Austria.
Good afternoon from Vienna. My name is Tatiana Marshik. I am a PhD student at the University of Veterinary Medicine within the unit of Veterinary Public Health and Epidemiology. I recently completed a project regarding the epidemiological and economic impact of a potential FMD outbreak in Austria. The objective of the study was to evaluate the effectiveness of different control measures in 2 Austrian regions with different livestock structure and density, to estimate the overall economic impact, and to assess the personal resources that would be required to control the FMD outbreak. In today's presentation, I would like to bring to your attention the following topics. After a short introduction, I will give you an explanation of the specifics and parameters of our simulation, as well as the regions for which the simulation was conducted. Finally, I am going to present the epidemiological and economic results, including the evaluation of different control measures, as well as the sensitivity analysis of personal resources. Austria has been free of FMD since 1981, when a very small outbreak occurred in a single district in Lower Austria, but this one was eliminated very fast. In the year 1973, Austria experienced a very large outbreak with more than 1,600 infected herds and more than 80,000 culled animals. So as one can see, we don't really have a recent experience with FMD in Austria, and that is why epidemiological models such as EuFMDs are of such an importance to us. In Austria, we have about 5.2 million susceptible livestock animals, out of which more than a half are swine. We have about 105,000 livestock herds, and compared to other EU countries, these herds are much smaller. For example, one average cattle herd consists of only 24 animals. The livestock density is very heterogeneous in Austria. The majority of high-dense areas are situated in southern Styria, Lower and Upper Austria, where the most of the large herds are located. As I already mentioned, our objective was to compare the dynamics and size of the outbreak in two different regions, and both these regions differ with regard to livestock density, livestock production system, herd size, and herd type. Region North is a livestock dense area and is characterized by intensive livestock production and high number of large cattle and swine herds, as well as a high rate of animal movements. Region West is characterized by sparsely dense livestock areas, small herds, and numerous mountain pastures. The outbreak simulation was initiated in both regions in randomly chosen dairy cattle herds, and in each iteration a different herd was chosen. The outbreak was simulated to be undetected until day 21. In addition to the reference scenario, 4 alternative control scenarios based on the variation of preventive depopulation and vaccination strategies were applied, and the optimal control strategy was considered to be the strategy with the lowest total cost of the outbreak. Now I would like to switch to the economic part. Total costs were classified into direct and indirect costs. Direct costs included cost of control activities, including compensation payments, and were assessed by the EuFMD's model. Indirect costs were estimated by our own economic model and included export losses, production losses in zones, and production losses in culled herds. Different time periods were assumed for the duration of export bans for EU and non-EU countries, and it was assumed that EU export bans only affect the infected regions. Non-EU bans would be imposed for all Austrian herds. Production losses in zones were estimated for dairy cattle farms, and production losses in culled herds were assessed for all farms categories based on the contribution margin model. Here you can see an overview of the epidemiological results of the simulation for both regions. The differences between region North and West are obvious at first sight. The results for region North showed a rather large outbreak with more than 80 infected farms and almost 5,000 culled animals in the reference scenario. The median value of the epidemic control duration is 76 days. All implemented alternative control strategies resulted in fewer infected farms than the reference scenario, whereas the preemptive depopulation control strategy reached the highest decrease of 51%. But as one can see, in this scenario, it would be necessary to cull more than 15,000 animals, most of them probably not infected. Another striking observation appears in this scenario, namely the prolonged epidemic control duration. This period is very long, and in this case, an indication that the resource planning in the area of cleaning and disinfection was not chosen optimally. And this is something that we want to deal with in the future. Epidemiological results showed that the magnitude of the outbreak in the West region would be most likely relatively small and of short duration. Thus, the control measures in the reference scenario would be sufficient for bringing the outbreak under control in this region. The reference scenario resulted in 15 infected farms, 843 culled animals, and an epidemic control duration of almost 40 days. Other control strategies, besides ring culling, showed very similar results as the reference scenario regarding the number of infected farms and epidemic control duration. The economic results showed that the total amount of cost is in relation to the epidemiological results. Within the region North, the lowest total cost arised within the population control strategy, followed by a suppressive vaccination scenario. The total cost for the reference scenario amounted to 543 million euro, out of which 4% were direct costs. The largest share, 74% of direct costs, was allocated to surveillance, followed by compensation and disposal. The majority of indirect costs was attributed to export losses, 91%, and production losses accounted for a share of approximately 9%. Within the region West, reference scenario and suppressive vaccination showed most preferable and very similar results regarding total cost. We conducted a sensitivity analysis to assess the impact of resources on epidemic magnitude. The results demonstrated that varying the capacity of resources for surveillance had a substantial effect on the outbreak size and the epidemic control duration. An increase of the teams by 25% resulted in 11% decrease in the number of infected herds and a significant shorter epidemic control duration. Additionally, sensitivity analysis for cleaning and disinfection resources was conducted for preemptive depopulation scenario, and it could be demonstrated that increase in the number of teams influenced the epidemic control duration, but didn't reduce the outbreak size. In summary, one may conclude that an FMD outbreak in Austria would cause considerable losses for the national economy, and therefore it is of utmost importance to prevent an incursion of FMD into Austria. It appears that there is a significant impact of the density of the affected region, chosen control measures, and the availability of sufficient resources on the spread of the disease. If FMD is introduced in Austria, it is essential that the virus be eliminated quickly in order to regain access to export markets as fast as possible. Once the epidemic started in an area with high livestock density, preemptive depopulation of livestock within 1 kilometer radius around the infected herds would be the most cost-effective mitigation strategy. Currently, estimated resources for surveillance and cleaning and disinfection during an FMD outbreak in Austria would be insufficient, which would lead to an extended epidemic control duration. Increasing personal resources limits the epidemic magnitude to a degree comparable to additional control strategies such as vaccination, while maintaining the same level of resources. This brings me to the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I am happy to take your questions now.
Thank you so much to Tatiana for her great presentation. I'll now introduce you to our final speaker for this morning's session, my colleague Maria de la Puente from EuFMD, who will be presenting on supporting preparedness to crises in times of crisis. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Carissa, and thanks for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here with you. So yes, I will be the last presenter of the morning, and I want to present, as you mentioned, the work that EuFMD does to support countries to be prepared for a fast disease crisis, and how we have done this in times of the crisis we are living. So as I was introduced, my name is Maria de la Puente, and I'm a fast disease risk management specialist at the EuFMD. Next slide, please. So I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then I will go through the different, very briefly, the different work we do, and how this has changed basically during this last year. Next, please. Okay, so first of all, just to let you know that one part of the work that EuFMD does is to support our members to be better prepared against fast diseases. And we do this through different tools or different work. So we create support tools that I will briefly introduce. We also do organize a lot of training, simulation exercises, And another interesting tool for response that we have is a diagnostic bank of reagents for Southeast Europe. So, as I said, I would like to focus this presentation on some challenges we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic and the lessons that we have learned that maybe could be useful for other people, other organizations of other countries that are trying to continue business as usual in these challenging times. Next, please. So the first tool I would like to introduce is a tool we call Get Prepared. So Get Prepared is a toolbox that we are creating to allow countries to assess their own level of preparedness and have access to resources and good practices that maybe that we are creating or maybe that other countries have, and we are sharing them there in a comprehensive manner. So Get Prepared was conceived as a wall. You can see that it has Lego bricks because that represents that is the preparedness is like a continuous building process. And this wall has different layers that represent these different phases that align with the Good Emergency Management Practice Manual of FAO. And then in this wall, every brick is a component of emergency preparedness. So next slide, please. So here, this is like a part of the wall, is the layer that refers to emergency preparedness. And as I mentioned, every brick is a component. And I just highlighted, for example, just some of them that represent resources that are needed during an outbreak, like staff or, for example, the disposal capacity. These are aspects that have been identified in different outbreaks as bottlenecks, that can work as barriers to a rapid elimination of an outbreak, let's say. And then you can see also that components of emergency preparedness are different control strategies like vaccination, for example, or even preventive culling, that was mentioned by Tatiana before in her study. So it is important that countries can evaluate these resources, these capacities, and also to answer questions such as which strategies should we use, should we vaccinate or not, which vaccination strategy should be the most optimal. And for this, modeling can do a lot. So next, please. And the second, this takes me to the second tool that we have been supporting, which is EuFMDs. You saw that Tatiana presented a study done with this tool. EuFMDs is the adaptation of ADs that Graham also presented before. So it's the adaptation of this Australian disease spread model to the European context. It's a multi-country spread model, and to date, 10 European countries are already using it. Next, please. So coming back to the wall, that is going to take you through the different things we do. I'm not sure if you can see very well what is written in the bricks, but in the foundations, which is the lower part of the wall, we have training. And when we work with training, we identify the needs of the countries together with close contacts with the training focal points of the countries we work with. And there are different needs identified for training, like communication, like psychological support in terms of crisis. And we try to approach these. So next, please. And here I'm going to give you an example of how we have faced the challenge of organizing training this year. So basically, this is an example of a workshop that was supposed to be face-to-face. And we had to move online. So we faced the challenge of can we achieve the same objectives with an online format? Can we make the course attractive when participants are not meeting face-to-face? And we found some solutions. So we moved the course online, but we had a tutored course because we thought this make it more attractive that these people are just studying by themselves. We prepared weekly assignments. We made people work in country teams, which made maybe they think the course made people feeling less lonely. And we found creative ways to achieve objectives. So here in the picture, you can see that one objective we found a bit more challenging was instead of the part of the planning of a simulation exercise, that was the topic of the exercise, how to actually conduct it. And what we did is that we asked the country teams to provide us with a video to demonstrate this. So in the picture, if you can see it, we have some players doing a drill and a facilitator, that is Mario Bros there to the left, giving some indications. And then we learned some lessons, of course, is like that the online format allow us to train a higher number of people, and that basically nearly all of the objectives that we had already planned face-to-face could be achieved through the online format. Next, please. Then, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have been also conducting simulation exercise, which is another one of the important components of emergency preparedness. And here the challenges is that obviously without being able to travel, the type of exercise that we could support was limited. But we could still do tabletop and even functional exercises online. And it worked well. It requires careful planning and coordination, but I think it has been so far an excellent experience. And as you can see here, the elements of this way of working, it can be done fully online or partially online, but you can see how we did this with the help of Zoom. And in this case, in the picture, you see a partially online exercise where you see players and a facilitator are together in a place. EuFMD is supporting remotely, and we had the evaluators connected online and observing the exercise. And we did this also with the help of a crisis simulation software that allow us to send the injects remotely. Next, please. And finally, I wanted to mention this tool for response, which is the Diagnostic Bank of Reagents that we have set up for Southeast Europe, with the main objectives to provide prompt support to the veterinary services in fast disease emergencies, and to provide them with reagents to participate in the annual proficiency testing. So in this case, we also faced some challenges because COVID-19 impacted the provision and delivery of reagents to the bank. There were some delays. And as a potential solution, we are considering to divide the bank in different locations so that we are a bit safer in future. Next, please. So as final remarks, I would like to say that yes, COVID-19 posed some challenges to support countries to improve their preparedness against fast diseases, but online solutions and creative thinking made possible to continue supporting countries. But also to mention that it was not ourselves only that faced challenges to deliver activities, but veterinary services also in the countries are facing challenges to work in this situation. And here as an example, you can see some responses from a survey we did with our members, with our member nations, where we were asking them about the impact of COVID-19 in the work of the veterinary services. And you can see how animal health laboratories have been supporting COVID-19 diagnostics in about 50% of the countries that we asked about this. And also that even more than 40% of the countries responded that animal disease emergency response systems have been somehow in a way or another one supporting COVID-19 response. This makes sense. This is One Health at the end. And just to let you know that this survey was done last spring before the crisis with the minks. So this means that veterinary services are even now more under pressure. Next, please. And that's all from my side. This was a very brief summary of the work we have been doing, but if you want to find more information, we invite you to go to the virtual space where you can find the different desks where we provide much more insight into our work. Next, please. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention and to thank all those that contribute to make this work possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you all the presenters that for this interesting presentation and hopefully useful for the viewers. Now it's time we have to prepare the scene for the open or for the round table. So give us 1 minute and we'll be together again. Thank you. Hello, hello everybody, and well, we'll start straight away the round table with the first question that coming from the forum is addressed to Dr. Paco. It's about compartmentalization. Seems that this concept is well known for everybody, but in your opinion, the regulatory and policy challenges for implementing compartmentalization at European Union level, which are, and if there is any initiative in the European Union at the moment about this implementation of this concept at European Union level.
Thank you, Germán, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you for the question. For those that were listening to my presentation before, you clearly realized that I have not addressed compartmentalization because I've been working or elaborating our thoughts on the EU experience. And the EU experience on compartmentalization is really short. We only have a few compartments for one disease and one species. So I cannot elaborate on our experience. I can indicate that, of course, we are aware of the pros and also the cons of this tool, and we look forward to seeing how other continents, other regions in the world, they gain experience on the use of the compartmentalization for business continuity. What I can refer is that our success has been always based on the use of regionalization, zoning, mainly in conjunction with surveillance, biosecurity, and whenever possible, vaccination. So my answer as for the EU is we look forward, we will look around, and as soon as we see this concept applied in an operational manner successfully elsewhere, we will try to learn the lessons from them. Of course, from the regulatory point of view, I can speak for hours, saying where you can find references in the European legislation to the use of the compartmentalization. But for the time being, the experience is limited to poultry and avian influenza, and only in 2 member states, not 1 member state. The other one is not there anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paco. And well, I like to remind that I don't want to sound unpolite, but try to be brief in just to cover as many questions as possible. It's not for you, Paco, it's for everybody. And thank you very much. The second question is addressed to Dr. Barden. Is there any initiative or any goal envisaged to better share epidemiological information between public and private sectors to promote this concept of open science?
Also, thank you very much for the question. At this moment, we didn't have this on our list of topics we want to address, but we also want to invite, for example, academia and the public institutions to the platforms. And I think it's clear for everyone that the value of science only becomes apparent when it is shared. Science laying on the shelf doesn't help us very much. So I think it's a very good suggestion to work further on that and to make the new data and new science coming forward available to the public and the private sectors as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. The second question, well, I will address both of you again because I don't know if the involvement of private sector, vets and farmers, but mainly vets, may be very important for the control of fast disease outbreaks and foot and mouth, of course. How private sector would be mobilized in the case of an outbreak? That is one question. And is there any regulation that limits this in some way, this involvement at European Union level, both of them? If you want, Dr. Barden, you first, and then Paco, you want to.
You want me first?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine, thank you. Well, before I start my answer, I want to say I'm very glad that Paco is also here to help us. I think this already will give a nice example of how private and public partners can complement each other. When we speak about the role of the private veterinarian in fast diseases, I think there's first the role of the private vet as a private vet. I think the private vets are the ears and the eyes in the field. They help to do the early detection of the disease. They report on suspicious cases. I think the private vet also plays an important role in speaking with the animal keepers about rules that are applicable, and give advice, for example, about biosecurity. So there's a big task for the private vets in controlling and preventing fast diseases. But then if you come to the question about the role of private vets in official tasks, my opinion is that it's crucial that private vets are involved in public tasks, because I don't think that the public sectors can have enough capacity to deal with all the work that comes to them when there is an outbreak. You cannot keep up all this capacity in the peacetime. So private vets need to be involved, but it's crucial that you are very clear from the beginning what are the exact role and tasks that private vets are going to perform, also about what is the responsibility and how will this be delivered. And I think it's also very important that you have to make sure that the private vet is in a position that he or she can perform this task without undue pressure that could come to the private vet. Therefore, it's very important that before the outbreak is there, so in peacetime, public and private organizations sit together around the table and think through all these aspects of working together to be best prepared to face an outbreak of a fast disease. You can all think about having certain templates or format in the contingency plan, and also then when it is part of the control plan, I think it will also be discussed by the national authorities with the European Commission to see if it meets all the requirements. That's what I would like to say from my side, but I think Paco certainly will have other points to add. Thank you.
If I may, and thank you, Jan, for the kind words. On the regulatory side, the European Union can only provide the framework. And for sure, in the European legislation, you will not find any obstacle that obstruct the cooperation of the private and the official veterinary services. We only try to streamline how this should happen. And it is better reflected in the new legal framework provided by the animal health law that will be applicable in the European Union as of 21st of April 2021. It's more explicit. But as Jan said, the level playing field is there, and for sure, anything that has to be done in terms of legislation will be done to further facilitate this cooperation. Without this cooperation, it is extremely difficult to cope with outbreaks of diseases. This time I've tried to be brief. Germán.
Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you, Paco, for being brief. And the next question is addressed to Dr. Rebecca Garcia. You mentioned that most use support tools for vets based on their own opinion are colleagues. That is a very good thing. How do you think vets can improve this support tool role to endure the impact of a diseases outbreak on their well-being?
Thank you. I had a slight issue with my connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, now yes, Rebecca, yes. Well,
if you could repeat the question, please.
A bit, not very well. Oh, okay. No, it's just you mentioned that the most used support tool mentioned by your study is by vets. We can not hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so one of the tools that were mentioned by the vets survey is colleagues. How do you think vets can improve for this support tool to be able to endure better this impact of fast diseases on their well-being?
So I think
Did you hear me? Okay.
I heard you. Yes, thank you. And thanks for the question. I think it's an element that is somewhat neglected in the whole planning and contingency planning. So I think it's something that needs to be discussed at corporate level and at a structural level to see how this precise support can be embedded. Colleagues support each other naturally, so that happens during a crisis because you talk to each other, you are next to each other, you are working with each other, but there are no formalized structures to do so in a general term. So I think that's an element that needs to be included into contingency planning and embedded, so those spaces can be facilitated. And a very important element of that is communication, and not just communication at person-to-person level, but communication at corporate level, communication in terms of the media and the messaging that is going out and how that is impacting veterinary services, and also communication between different departments which might be involved, and also communication with the private partners, as Jan was mentioning, which is very important and sometimes seems not to be present as much. So it happens naturally, but it's not really formalized. So I think that is something really important that needs to be taken forward and developed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rebecca. Sorry. Okay, you finished? I don't know. It's okay. The next question, and sorry for the rest of the speakers, but maybe Paco has to go or have to go. So next question for you, Paco, and the last one, if you allow us. The next question is about swift. You mentioned that the swift or rapid action is needed to tackle down as soon as possible the risk of these fast diseases. And for that, regionalization is key. What kind of data a country may need to make this prompt action decision during an outbreak, and what are the existing tools that may help them in this endeavor, this task?
Thank you, Germán. A good question. Regionalization, if it's done too late, is useless. So better not to put any effort. This is a tool that works when you apply fast, proportionate, and in a flexible manner. In order to be fast, to establish the regionalization is demarcating a line in the map. That simple as this. You need to know perfectly where the holdings are, where the establishments, where the farms, who are the owners, and how the animals are identified. This is the baseline. This is basic. Without this, you will never succeed. Those that have tried to establish regionalization without a performing system of registration of farms, traceability, and identification have failed. because the system is extremely vulnerable. Only on this base and allocating the resources, and as Jan said before, with the cooperation of the private and the official veterinary services, with the cooperation of the stakeholders and all the awareness that is needed, it may work. But without traceability, it's going to fail for sure. So this would be my first recommendation for whoever is designing a system of business continuity based on regionalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paco, for your comprehensive and brief explanation of this or answer to this question. Next question is going to be addressed to Dr. Garner. Do you think that the inclusion of this, the post-vaccination surveillance component in the model could facilitate the use of emergency preventive vaccination in the real situation? Has Australia government taken any vaccination as a real option based on this modeling work?
Yes, thank you, Germán. Some couple of questions there. I think in terms of does Australia consider emergency vaccination to be an important and viable strategy? Certainly, Australia invests in a vaccine bank, and we've done a lot of simulation studies, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about how and when and under what conditions vaccination might be useful in Australia. So modelling tools which can help address those sorts of questions, I think, are really critical in this context, because obviously we don't have outbreaks of diseases like foot and mouth disease all that often. And it's the sort of things you want to have thought about beforehand and not in the heat of the battle about how you might use vaccination. So to answer your question, I think adding this functionality to epidemiological models is really important to support disease managers and contingency planning. Traditionally, most models stop when the disease outbreak is controlled. But of course, in terms of winning the battle, that's really just the first step. The next step is regaining your free status and regaining access to your trade markets. So that's what we've been trying to address in some of these types of additional components we're adding to disease modelling capability. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Garner. Next question is addressed to Tatiana, Dr. Tatiana Maastricht. You mentioned that increasing human resources by 25% would be as effective as using suppressive or protective vaccination to reduce the outbreak duration. Did you also look, or have you any assessment on the comparison of cost of these two measures? So implementing vaccination and or increasing the human resources devoted to the control of the outbreak?
Thank you for your questions. No, unfortunately not. We only compared increasing resources for standard scenario and for ring culling scenario. It was just the beginning of our follow-up study, and we would like to deal with this topic in the future and to have a look how other control strategies are affected by resource changes in resources.
Thank you, Tatiana. Next question is going to be addressed to Garcia again. Was there any gender or age difference in relation to the support tools vets named in your study?
Yeah, we didn't collect any personal data on the study, so we don't have that detail.
Okay, thank you very much.
Germán, I think your microphone is off.
Sorry. This question is addressed to Dr. Garner again. Have you done this kind of study in areas of Australia with lower livestock density? And if so, have you found similar results?
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. In my presentation today, I focused on the outbreak in the state of Victoria, which is obviously a high density area. But as part of that study, we looked at outbreaks all around Australia, and we found that in many of those outbreaks, vaccination didn't offer any significant benefits, as Tatiana found in Austria, in the lower density areas of Austria, that vaccination didn't offer any benefits over a simple stamping out policy. In terms of the surveillance, post-outbreak surveillance approaches in unvaccinated animals, yes, they were still able to offer some savings, but of course the savings were a lot lower because there was less surveillance required for smaller outbreaks. So I think the conclusion from our study was that these non-invasive methods using real-time PCR tests certainly have the potential to make the post-outbreak surveillance more efficient and quicker to do, but the benefits will be particularly evident in larger outbreaks. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garner. The next question is for Tatiana. In order to take a decision on the establishment of a compartment, would you recommend country sector to scope the willingness of trade partners on this compartmentalization, or to accept this compartmentalization, or is something that you think that could be established in even after the breaking out of the outbreak, of the first outbreak?
Well, I think it's very effective. We also use the concept of tuning while calculating the export losses. We only calculated the export losses for the affected regions, for the intra-community trade, and we think it's more accurate than to expose the ban for the whole country. Well, only for the European Union, not for all other third countries. So I think this is something that is really very useful, and also for FMD. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. The next question is for Dr. Barden. When you see the impact, you know about the importance of communication, risk communication to the public, and all this stuff. Fake news and social media during the pandemic could be a very important issue for official veterinary services. You think that this risk communication is something that worries the sector, from your association opinion? Is there any measure being discussed, or how to best address this question to be prepared for the outbreaks? Please, Dr. Barden, the microphone on. Sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. I think indeed it's a serious issue that to have to be taken into consideration. All the false information or non-information that is spread through the media. I think the best answer to this is to stay consistent and coherent in the information we give ourselves, and also to use this resources we have to spread that information, and also to refer to the good examples we see from the field. For example, now when we look at the pandemic and the starting of the vaccination, there is also a lot of discussion about the use of vaccination. I think it's important to keep an eye on how it goes, to let people understand that there is little or no side effects, and that in the end the people who are vaccinated will not be infected anymore. So I think the best thing to counter misinformation is to be consistent and steady on in giving the right information. Now I'm having the floor. Can I also say something to the remark of Rebecca?
Of course, of course.
It was about the well-being of veterinarians. Well-being of veterinarians is an important topic. It's not only important during the outbreak of fast diseases, but it's important through the whole year, I would say. we see an issue with keeping enough veterinarians in the rural areas. And one of the reasons behind keeping enough veterinarians in the rural areas are also related to matters of well-being. And I think it's very important that apart from all the structures we can set up to deal with it, I think it's important that people around the veterinarian keep an eye on each other in the practice, other members of the team in the practice, and also veterinarians can keep an eye on, for example, farmers when they deal with difficulties during an outbreak. So it's not only a matter of formal functions and formal organizations, but it's also a matter of direct human interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warden, for this interesting remark on vet well-being. That is very important issue, I think, and a bit neglected, as Rebecca said before. Next question for Dr. Garner, another question for you. When carry out this surveillance after vaccination, positive animals would be further investigated if they offer positive results from the laboratory test. Did you consider any false positive protocol in the model, or is envisaged to include this or any particular protocol to decide on which animals are positive or negative after the investigation?
A good question. Yes, thank you. Yes, we did. And in fact, we consulted with our laboratory experts on this, and we recognised that we would have a two-testing regime where you would test samples in series. So we'd use an initial test and then a repeat test, and only then would we call reactors. In terms of keeping track of false positives, the model does that on the basis of the sensitivity of the testing procedures, and the model takes into account the follow-up costs of then having to go out, revisit, resample those farms where we get positive reactors to ascertain their true status. So I think hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, Judith. Thank you very much, Dr. Garner. And the next, and I think the last question, unfortunately, we will see again after the afternoon, but for Maria. Maria, in the EuFMD is organizing any training or having any tool in relation to the psychological aspects of an outbreak on veterinarians?
Thank you, Germán. Good question. And I think I will build on what Rebecca was explaining before, because in fact, with the conversations we have with the countries, we have seen in Europe, we have seen that this is a demand, really. Many of them mentioned that this is an aspect they don't consider that much in the contingency plan. So actually, we have started to prepare a workshop that we want to do to touch on aspects like how can vets identify indicators of their, on their own mental health, but how can the vets support farmers also? How can they manage well these difficult conversations that Rebecca was mentioning with the farmers, no? Because we are not trained for that, really. And then what we want to do is to touch a bit on that, to raise the awareness, but also to create a bit the tools to incorporate these things in the contingency plans. Because it's not about, we don't want maybe in this training course, we don't want to go training every single vet that could be potentially involved in an outbreak, but more like to have these discussions with the contingency planners so they create these spaces and these tools to be prepared from this point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your comprehensive response. And well, now it's time to finish. Thank you very much, all the speakers today. It's been very interesting, and hopefully for the viewers also. and hopefully useful information has been shared by you. Thank you very much. And well, we remind you to be in the other activities in this open session, and go to the forum and post any question you have, and see you in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Buda, your microphone is off.
Thanks very much, Germán. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our afternoon session of the EuFMD fourth session of Open Session 2020, entitled Livelihood at Risk in a Faster World. My name is Buda Ahmadi, and I am a veterinarian and animal health economist working for the EuFMD. And it's a great pleasure to be the moderator of this session. And I would like to remind you the theme of this session today, which is resilience to long-term fast crisis, the importance of preparedness and planning to help ensure animal welfare, supply chain, and business continuity in prolonged emergency responses. Before we start, I would like to remind you that you can go to our forum and submit your questions that will be addressed to the speakers this afternoon, and we will try to raise these questions to the speakers in the roundtable at the end of the session. Also, I would like to remind you that at the end of the session, we will have 15 minutes of closing ceremony. So I would like to ask you to remain on your platform and listen and watch that ceremony as well. So with those introductory words, I would like to introduce Dr. Germán Cáceres Garrido, the chair of this session. Germán is a member of the Standing Technical Committee of the EuFMD, and he is Deputy Director General, Animal Health and Traceability, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food in Spain. Germán, please.
Thank you very much, Buda. Yes, welcome to everybody to this afternoon session of this fourth session of the open session. Too many sessions. We are going with the first presentation of this afternoon. That is a very interesting presentation about compartmentalization as a tool for improved resilience of transboundary animal disease introduction and case study. It comes from Dr. Anne Meyer and Céline Faberjon. Hello, Anne. Thank you very much for your presentation, and go on. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction. So my colleague and I will present on compartmentalization as a tool for improved resilience to transboundary disease introductions. So I will address general concepts and then discuss about programs and biosecurity. And then I will hand over to Céline for the second part of the keynote, where she will discuss surveillance aspects and limitation of the approach. We will use African swine fever as a case study due to our recent experiences with the disease. Next slide, please. So the introduction of African swine fever virus in a disease-free country leads to catastrophic consequences for the swine industry. This includes the high mortality and the culling in infected farms, but also the loss of international markets for pork products, and in particular fresh pork, and the consequences of disease investigation and control activities. These include preemptive culling on epidemiological contacts and also animal movement restrictions in infected areas. And when fattening pigs have exceeded market weight and cannot be sent to slaughter plants, they need to be culled for welfare reasons. And so the broader outcomes of such disease introductions are issues of food security, supply of animal protein, business closures, loss of jobs, staff mental health issues, and animal welfare issues. Next slide, please. So several tools are available to both government and industry players to manage this risk. And in a disease-free time, this includes prevention and preparedness activities, as well as reinforcing surveillance programs, in particular for early detection. Also, zoning and compartmentalization may be implemented either in disease-free countries or in disease-infected areas. To support business continuity, they must be implemented before the first outbreaks. After ASF has been introduced in a country, response and eradication are deployed in the aim of regaining free status. Next slide, please. So here, zoning and compartmentalization are the two main tools that are best able to support the industry in managing the risk preemptively. Next slide. Zoning is a well-established method which has been used for many infectious diseases in many countries around the world to support the continuity of international trade. But zoning agreements between trading partners may be concluded a priori or after a country lost its free status. And in any case, such agreements may take a long time to be signed, and this results in delays in regaining access to international market for the industry. Also, zones are defined as disease-free population by geographical boundaries, and they do not allow to differentiate farms based on different biosecurity practices. And for instance, a high biosecurity system may not be able to benefit from zoning if it's located in an area with many lower biosecurity farms. So in this context, compartmentalization offers an alternative option to defining disease-free pig populations. And the boundaries, as shown on these slides, are set by common management and husbandry practices. Compartment pigs have an ASF status that's distinct from the rest of the country. And this means that in case of an introduction in the country, a pre-approved ASF compartment would retain its disease-free status, while the virus would be assumed to be present in the rest of the country. Next slide. And the compartmentalization concept has been officially introduced in the early 2000s by the OIE, and it is supported by international animal health standards. For more details, I'll refer you to the relevant chapters in the Terrestrial Animal Health Code. Next. The aspects of compartmentalization that interest us most in the context of business continuity is the possibility to implement and obtain agreements for the compartment in a disease-free country. It's also possible in an ASF infected country, but it's likely to be more difficult, and it would address recovery rather than continuity. This means that the trade negotiation can be led in advance and include the conditions for continuity of trade should the country become infected. And in principle, seamless business continuity is possible with no downtime in pork export for the compartment. The second aspect that's of interest here for business management is that it provides a way to be less dependent on the status and practices of others. Next. So, about implementation. So for a successful implementation, compartments may be developed within a dedicated national program, although this is not the only possible framework. Next. So a program would prescribe the national standards, define governance structure, define the roles and responsibility of all stakeholders, define supervision, auditing, and consider the type of ASF surveillance activities which would be required inside and outside compartments. The program would also contain regulatory elements. As I just mentioned before, different frameworks are possible. So it could also be an isolated compartment in the absence of a national program. The overall structure is not prescribed by the international standards. Next. So this is a possible distribution of roles with the statutory authority having the overall supervision of the compartment program and of each compartment. So it's responsible for granting and removing compartment status. There may or may not be a program administrator who might manage routine work in terms of administration. And this could be a great opportunity to involve swine industry representative bodies. The compartment operator, that's the company which operates the compartment, and they implement the risk management plan, which has been validated by the authority. Other stakeholders are shown here, so that would be the diagnostic laboratory and also the auditors. Next slide. So compartmentalization requires strong public-private partnerships to be developed and implemented successfully in the country. And as shown here by the task, it allows the industry to be more effectively involved in preparing and recovering from an ASF introduction. And so it allows to develop these public-private links further. Next. So coming back to our framework, we will now look at the compartment level component. Next. And the key component is the definition of the boundaries of the compartment. So this is asking which are the premises which are under these common biosecurity systems. So premises to consider are farms, but also the boar sites, the slaughter plants, the post-processing facilities. And that will depend on the type of products that is destined for export. So are we talking about live animals or about genetic materials or fresh pork, for example? And the definition will also affect the requirements for traceability so that the compartment can claim its disease-free status and demonstrate how it is maintained. The next important component is biosecurity. And this starts with a risk assessment and a custom risk management plan, which addressed all the different disease introduction pathways. Next slide. So here you can see the results of a risk assessment where we identified the different pathways for introduction, specific for ASF virus and for a specific swine producing system, so integrated system. It could be different from another system or for another disease, of course. Next slide. So after identifying the pathways, the team in charge of developing the candidate compartment will consider how the risk management plan will meet each of the national standard requirements. So broadly, this includes infrastructure, procedures, and record keeping. Next, for example, if we consider the pathway introduction via live pigs, the measures to consider include the quarantine infrastructure, the quarantine procedures, diagnostic testing, as well as good record keeping for all animal entries. Next. And here are three other important elements to consider when developing such a risk management plan. And that's first that the measures must be adapted to the type of premises, and that will vary from, for instance, for farms and slaughter plants. Second, a strong plan is key, but compliance is also a critical factor. And that means looking at things like workplace culture, incentives, disincentives, which affect how much staff will adhere to and follow the biosecurity measures. And last, exhaustive documentation is a time-consuming process, and that task should not be underestimated. So such documentation will provide the basis on which the veterinary authority will conduct their assessment and audits. So on that note, I will hand over to Céline for some other considerations.
Thank you, Anne, and hello, everyone. So the last topic we wanted to cover in this presentation is about disease surveillance in the context of compartmentalization. Disease surveillance can be divided in two main components, internal surveillance and external surveillance. Internal surveillance means that surveillance implemented within the compartment by the compartment operator, while external surveillance is implemented outside the compartment by the vet authorities. Internal surveillance has two objectives. The first one is early detection, and it aims to ensure that if the disease is introduced in the compartment, then the disease will be detected early. The aim is to minimize the spread of the disease within the barn and to other premises, but most importantly, to minimize the risk of exporting contaminated products. This last point is really key when talking about compartmentalization, as the objective is to ensure business continuity. The second objective is to demonstrate freedom of disease. The surveillance system in place must confirm the absence of the disease in the pig population under surveillance. This is especially important when talking about African swine fever, because the clinical signs can be quite unspecific. Next slide, please. Different tools are available to meet these objectives. The first one is syndromic surveillance. The idea here is to continuously monitor mortality levels and/or some morbidity indicators, and to raise an alarm every time something abnormal is detected in the population. Another option is to develop a risk-based surveillance plan targeting ASF-compatible mortality clusters occurring in a barn. This is one of the approaches we assessed in a recent publication published in Transboundary and Emerging Diseases. The idea was to use the fact that ASF is not a highly contagious disease, meaning that the first pigs dying from ASF, once the disease has been introduced in a barn, are likely to be clustered in space, like, for example, in the first infected pen. Next slide. The definition of ASF-compatible mortality is a bit tricky, given the unspecific clinical sign of ASF. In this study, it included all sudden deaths and all animals dead after presenting at least one of the following clinical signs: fever, inappetence, depression, coughing, vomiting, eyes discharge, recurrency, and skin lesions non-attributable to trauma or parasite disease. I will let you have a look at the data in the publication if you are interested, but to let you know, based on the simulation we made, with this approach, we were able to reach a sensitivity of 95% of detecting ASF within the first 15 days after introduction. Next. So we talk about internal surveillance, but the objective of external surveillance are slightly different, as they are, of course, related to the veterinary authorities and not to the compartment operator. The objectives are here to know the level of risk that the compartment is exposed to and identify changes in this level of risk. So, for example, the external surveillance plan should be able to detect when the disease is introduced in the wild boar population. To meet these objectives, different tools can be used, like passive surveillance by veterinarians or hunters, or laboratory-based surveillance monitoring. Next. So we are almost at the end, and during this presentation, we try to give you an overview on how compartmentalization can be applied to ensure business continuity in the face of ASF. To be clear, implementing compartmentalization for ASF is not an issue in itself. The disease can be quite well controlled, with good biosecurity measures, and it's in general a very good candidate to develop the compartment. This is, however, not the case for every disease. If we take, for example, foot and mouth diseases, it will be much more complicated because the disease is airborne, and developing and implementing effective biosecurity measures will be more complicated. Next slide, sorry. Yeah, thanks. So implementing a compartment for ASF, it's, however, associated with some challenges due to the nature of compartmentalization itself. Next. Next. Among the challenges associated with compartmentalization, the three most important are business continuity, the acceptance of the compartment by the vet authorities, and of course, the acceptance of the compartment by the trading partners. Business continuity can be threatened if the transition from peacetime, so basically when the country is free, to wartime, when the country gets infected, has not been well prepared. This transition is a very delicate step in the life of a compartment, and it must be very carefully planned in advance to meet the objective of zero downtime. The question of the abattoir is also critical for business continuity, especially when considering the risk posed by fresh meat from clinically healthy animals. The role of the abattoir should be also carefully discussed and defined when building a compartment. Next. The acceptance of the compartment by the vet authorities is conditioned by the strength and effectiveness of the public-private partnership in the country. If such relationship does not exist, it might compromise the development of a compartment. The vet authorities must also be able to provide clear documentation, practical audit procedures, and good external surveillance to convince the trading partners that the compartment is in place, is reliable. Next. Finally, the acceptance of the compartment by trading partners is conditioned by a good communication, transparency, and, as I just said before, by the quality of the external disease surveillance plan. In addition, trust and confidence between the stakeholders must be really built before an outbreak or before the transition from peace to wartime. They are key to ensure the business continuity when the risk posed by the disease changed in the compartment. Next. Based on these few examples, there are some situations where compartmentation might not be the most appropriate tool to ensure business continuity. For example, it can be too expensive to develop a compartment depending on the existing infrastructure. If the cost of implementation exceeds the revenue from international exports, maybe other tools would be more appropriate. Similarly, if the production system is not vertically integrated or if there are many sources of inputs impossible to control, implementing a compartment will become quickly impractical. It might be also not necessary to implement a compartment when there is no export market. Improving biosecurity and surveillance are, of course, always useful, but not the whole compartmentalization framework. Next. To conclude this presentation, we wanted you to remember really 4 take-home messages. The first one is that compartmentalization is an important tool to ensure business continuity, empowering the industry players and allowing them to take proactive actions to protect their business. The second one is that compartmentalization is a great opportunity to develop public-private partnership. The third one is that reinforcing biosecurity and surveillance system that compartmentalization will reinforce biosecurity and surveillance system across the board. This is useful for the disease targeted by the compartment, but not only. Last but not least, compartmentalization is a tool better adapted to integrated production systems involved in international trade. This is one of the big limitations of the approach. In addition, we would like to point out the fact that there is currently no compartment internationally approved for routine export of meat products from swine or ruminants. The animal production industry will remain prudent with embracing the concept, while such a compartment has not been demonstrated to be practically feasible and economically sustainable in the long term. So preparedness for fast disease is a long-term game, and there is still need to demonstrate that biosecurity and surveillance measures required for compartmentalization are sustainable to ensure the economic viability of this compartment. Next. We would like to thank you all for your attention, and we will be happy to answer the question you may have now or later. Thanks.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Céline. Yes, I have one question for you both. This is a complex process. It takes a lot of effort, and not all the countries probably can, because you have had. But in particular, when I think a core activity is the risk identification or risk assessment that you have to carry out to put in place measures to prevent this risk from these pathways. In your opinion, if you had to implement a compartment like this, you are for African swine fever, that in fact is a disease with a difficult or complex epidemiology because of the wildlife and everything, which in your opinion is the most challenging risk pathway to address in terms of design and also implementation of the measures to mitigate the risk of that pathway?
So in terms of importance of risk, the introduction via live pigs is, I think, the key pathway to consider, and it would be the most challenging pathway if we have a compartment which is allowing lots of incoming pigs. So if it's a compartment that's sourcing pigs elsewhere, in this case, you have to have quarantine and testing, and this makes it very cumbersome. And the second aspect but that will depend on the country, is whether there is wildlife that's susceptible or not, and that makes a big difference, obviously, because if there is little or no susceptible wildlife, then it simplifies the biosecurity measures a lot. And the third would be feed, and whether feed is imported from countries that are at risk. For instance, some countries may source vitamins and other products to feed swine from, for instance, China. and that might be a big issue to manage as well. Céline?
All good, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne, for this comprehensive answer, and thank you very much. Next, we're going with the next presentation. This presentation is by Dr. Amanda Murray. She is a disease mitigation and surveillance supervising veterinarian in California Department of Food and Agriculture. And her presentation is about implementing continuity of business plans, lesson learned from a practical point of view. Thank you and welcome. Well, a recorded presentation, sorry.
Hi, my name is Amanda Murray, and I'm a veterinarian from the California Department of Food and Agriculture in the United States. Today, I'm going to talk to you about continuity of business during a transboundary animal disease and the lessons that we learned in California through implementation of our secure food supply program. So some of the topics that I'm going to cover are what continuity of business is in relation to the secure food supply program, a little bit on the recent virulent Newcastle disease outbreak that we had in California, and some of the successes, challenges, and lessons that we learned during implementation of the program. So first off, when we talk about continuity of business, we are looking at three main things. We're talking about animal welfare, basic operations, as well as commerce. When we think about animal welfare, we're talking about making sure that food gets onto a premises, or litter and bedding gets onto a premises, as well as waste is removed. Basic operations can be things such as essential and non-essential deliveries, propane, basic maintenance for the equipment. And of course, the ultimate goal of continuity of business is to resume commerce. Now, continuity of business happens with unaffected premises during an outbreak, and it is not business as usual. Again, we're trying to resume commerce, but it will not look the same. So the California Secure Food Supply Program is a state-run and organized program that has industry implementation at the premises level. We envision the program to be a shield that protects California agriculture during a transboundary animal disease outbreak and provides a pathway to economic survival for the industry through the permitted movement of animals and animal products. So again, the ultimate goal is to reach economic survival through permitted movement of animals and animal products. Our California program is based off of the national programs that are organized through the United States Department of Agriculture. In California, we have partnered closely with the USDA as well as several academic partners on the commodity-specific programs that you see there at the bottom of the screen. There's a separate presentation later on to go into those national programs, so I'm not going to cover that in depth. But what I would like you to know is that California's program takes into account everything that has been designed at the national level and then has tailored it to fit our state program. One of the things that we have done in California is that instead of focusing on a specific commodity, such as milk or poultry or eggs, is that we focus on specific farm and industry. So we have a poultry program, and we have a dairy program, and we're working on a beef program, etc. All of these, the hallmark is that we have started with a farm premises focus, thinking that if we can shore up the biosecurity at the farm level, then that is the most important thing that we need to protect. And that farm comes into contact with all the other aspects of the food supply chain, such as the processors, the feed mills, the haulers, of course, and the renderers when needed. So again, one of the things that is specific about the secure food supply is that it is premises focused. When we talk about the secure food supply program, the main elements are to have an enhanced biosecurity on the premises, and that can include the vehicles as well. And so it's establishing your perimeter, it's cleaning and disinfection of the vehicles, as well as there's active and passive surveillance, there's active record keeping and training requirements, and then ultimately we want to get to the point where we can manage movement through permits. So when we look at California kind of in the early part of 2018, we had been working with the National Secure Food Supply Group since the early 2000s. We were really involved in the secure milk supply program as well as the secure poultry programs. In California, we had broad concepts of what the California program would look like and what those elements were that we wanted to expand upon from the national program into our California program. We had given many industry presentations and workshops trying to socialize the Secure Food Supply program and really get our industry on board with what this would look like during an outbreak. What kinds of requirements would we have at the state level? A couple things to point out is that the poultry industry already has good daily biosecurity, and a lot of that is geared towards food safety to prevent salmonella. And the large commercial operations do have strong biosecurity plans, both for food safety as well as disease control. So now I'm going to switch gears for just a little bit, and I'm going to talk about VND in California. We have had 3 outbreaks in the same general geographic region of Southern California. The first was in 1974, and then again in 2002 to 2003, and then the most recent one in 2018 to 2020. During the most recent outbreak, we created a regional quarantine area that encompassed more than 240,000 premises. Over the course of the 2 years, we had 500 infected premises, but only 10 of those actually produced eggs to sell. And of those 10, only a few of them were large commercial operations. In this region in California, it was predominantly the egg layer industry that was impacted by VND. In addition to that, there was also a lot of impact on backyard poultry. In this region, the backyard poultry ranges anywhere from game fowl, as demonstrated by the rooster over on the bottom right, to hobby farms and backyard pets. Another tricky part about this region is the semi-urban setting. In this area, there's been a lot of encroachment and urbanization into the agricultural sector. So you can see from this photo on the bottom that there are poultry farms. There's a large one there in the middle, surrounded by houses and neighborhoods. There's some mixed farms there with a variety of animals. So it was a very difficult setting in which to try to identify and isolate and remove the virus. I'd like to now talk about some of the challenges that we faced with implementing the Secure Food Supply program during VND. One of the main challenges that we found was just in preventing disease. Preventing the introduction of a highly transmissible virus like VND is a lot harder than other diseases such as salmonella. And this requires a different level of biosecurity. It's much more comprehensive than the day-to-day biosecurity, say for food safety, than it is when you're looking at stopping a virus spreading amongst farms. And again, we're going to touch on this unique semi-urban space that we were in, because that was a big barrier to disease prevention. So I'm going to walk through another example of one of these urban farms and situations. So here is a poultry operation going on a premises. And if we zoom out, we can see that the actual poultry operation there in the lower left corner is really far away from the public road, which is over on the right in the orange circle. So doing a drive-by of this property would give you no indication that this poultry operation was in existence there back in the far corner. And to make matters even more complicated, so if we zoom out even further, is that this backyard poultry operation is only 586 feet from another poultry farm. And so it was very difficult to see and or test for disease in some of these places. Coming into VND, we had a relatively small secure food supply program. We had identified key elements and ideas of the program. And again, those were based off of the national program. We had identified California's specific biosecurity requirements and our standards. And we had developed some plan templates so that producers could build a biosecurity plan that was in line with our requirements and standards. But we lacked standard operating procedures for audits and permits, and we hadn't done a whole lot of socialization of getting our plan template out to the industry. When we looked at enhanced biosecurity plans, some of the challenges that we faced with this outbreak in particular was that our regulatory staff really had to write the majority, if not all, of the plans. This was not our intention and is not our plan moving forward. But what we found was that many of the producers, and especially the small independent farms, were just not ready and didn't have the resources to write the plans. We found they were very time and labor intensive. And that the devil is in the details. So these plans really have to be very specific. It's not sufficient just to say they have a perimeter. They have to spell out where the perimeter is, what's on the inside and what's on the outside. And it became really apparent that what's important in the plan is not just saying what they're going to do, but how are they going to do it? Who is going to do the biosecurity mitigation and how is it going to be implemented? We also discovered that the farm owner or manager might have one perception of the biosecurity that's being implemented on the farm, but what the employees are actually doing on a day-to-day basis may be quite different. So it was really important to convey to the farm management that they had to be on site or have some sort of implementation practices to make and training to make sure that the employees were following through with the plan. And as I mentioned, this all takes a significant investment in time and resources, both to develop as well as implement these biosecurity. As we look to successes of the Secure Food Supply Program during VND, there were quite a few, but I'm just going to highlight a few of the more relevant ones for this talk. One of the main ones was that it worked. So we discovered that enhanced and enforced biosecurity, surveillance, and movement permitting works. In comparing the 2002-2003 outbreak to the 2018-2020 outbreak, we can see that the early 2000s, that outbreak lasted 9 months, and there were 22 commercial production farms that were infected during that outbreak, and we had evidence of farm-to-farm spread. Whereas in the most recent outbreak, this one lasted 21 months, we only had 10 farms that produce eggs that were for sale became infected, and of those, only 3 or 4 were considered truly commercial operations, and we had no evidence of farm-to-farm spread. So again, enhanced and enforced biosecurity, surveillance, and movement permitting worked to keep the virus from spreading amongst commercial property. Some of the statistics coming out of the outbreak, we developed 58 plans. We issued over 1,400 permits, and the program evolved over the course of the 2 years. We added a new section to the incident management team to address commercial needs. Within that section is where we had the permitting unit. We had a unit who was writing and evaluating plans. We had people who were developing SOPs. We had epidemiologists, and we had case managers who were assigned to work directly with the commercial operations to help them with any aspect of the preparedness and prevention that they needed. And we also expanded our process flow. So the flow went something like this. The first step is the plan development, review, and approval. We had an extensive review process where every plan that was written was reviewed by biosecurity specialists and or epidemiologists to make sure that the plan was consistent with California's standards and requirements, as well as that all of the identified risks have been mitigated. Once written and approved, then the plan had to be activated, meaning that all the biosecurity had to be implemented. And then we would send out some of our staff to verify that the plan was activated as it had been written. We implemented a sampling procedure where the producers were mailed kits and they were to sample their birds twice a week and send in the samples to the lab. And then we conducted audits every 2 weeks to make sure that the biosecurity practices were still in place and that sampling was happening. The producers also had to submit any movement logs and health records. And all of this had to be done in order to receive a permit as well as to keep those permits coming. If any of the aspects in this flow were not working, then the permits would be pulled and the producer would have to resume the correct practices in order to get their permits issued again. Similar to successes, we had a lot of lessons learned coming out of VND. However, today I'm just going to highlight a few of the lessons that we learned that were relevant to implementation of the Secure Food Supply Program. The written plan really is critical to success. The written plan creates an agreement between Animal Health Regulatory Agency and farm management ahead of time. And this is really important so that everybody can agree to what the risks are on an individual premises and agree to the mitigation strategies. Now, of course, some of those things may change during an incident and in the heat of the moment, but at least some of the discussions and some of the agreements have already been reached ahead of time. If the goal is to get to pre-approval, rapid activation, and immediate return to moving product, then again, that written plan is really the most important step. Another challenge was really understanding that each premises has its unique risks. There was such huge variability amongst the different premises that we needed to do a close evaluation of every site and assess the risks so that we could recommend mitigation. A lot of the premises were mixed operations. The one down on the bottom had a produce farm on the same premises as the poultry farm, so we wanted to separate those operations. Other instances, like up in on the right-hand side there, show the location of the birds under the shade of the trees, which is nice to keep them cool, but then prevented, we couldn't really separate the harborage and maybe keep out rodents or other controls as easily as we might in some other farms. We had a lot of mixed use premises where there might be a poultry operation, there might be an egg layer operation, and then a small roadside stand where they sold the eggs up front. There might be processors on the same property where it could be nest run eggs or it could be processed eggs. So all of these things had to be taken into account when we were looking at biosecurity plans. One of the other things we also realized is we did not want to be the ones to dictate the mitigation. The producers could often come up with their own really creative and practical solutions. And if they came up with their own solutions, there was much better buy-in for implementation than if we tried to dictate what they should do. So our role was really to identify the risks, and if needed, we could suggest ideas for mitigation, but we really worked with the producers to come up with their own mitigation strategies. We also realized that we must enforce, and the enforcement had to happen through regular inspections. So again, going back to those audits that we did every 2 weeks, and the enforcement that had to follow suit with those. So we had special investigators. At times we had to call in law enforcement. And we had to get creative in how to preserve biosecurity. We didn't want our staff going on to all these premises all the time and potentially being exposed to the virus and spreading it. So one of the things that we developed and implemented was the use of virtual audits through cell phones or iPads, so that a producer could walk us around the farm virtually and show us what we needed to see without us going on the premises so that we could stay clean. And lastly, one of the lessons we learned is that even the best plan can fail. There are a lot of reasons this can happen. You can have poor compliance. There can be unanticipated risks, right? We can plan the best that we can and things still happen. Politics sometimes get in the way, and then there can just be bad luck. The parrots at the bottom of this picture of this slide represent the fact that during the outbreak, the most recent outbreak, there were a lot more parrots that were noticed in the area. And one of the thoughts is that part of the spread of the virus could have been due to the parrots and where they were roosting. An example of the politics is there was a premises that had an egg production and a feed mill, and they put in a very expensive fence to separate the two operations, with the intention that if one became positive, that they could separate and keep the other half of their the other operation running. And in fact, the poultry production side did become infected. It was unknown how it became infected, but it did become infected. And despite all of the mitigation that they had and the separation of the two operations, it was ultimately decided by the IMT that the feed mill had to close down as well, and they could not continue in operation. So even though there was an agreement ahead of time and the producer did the best that they could, in the moment, a decision was made that the risk was too great. So again, even the best plan can fail. So I'd like to finish up my presentation with this idea that preparation and implementation of premises level biosecurity is the cornerstone for continuity of business through compartmentalization. Compartmentalization can really only be successful when every aspect of the chain has tight biosecurity. And compartmentalization is only as strong as the weakest link. And with that, I would like to say thank you. It has truly been a pleasure to share our experiences with you all today.
Okay. Okay. Yes, go on, Boda. Sorry.
No problem. Thanks very much, Dr. Murray, for giving us your time and preparing your presentation beforehand. And I know there are some technical issues that we couldn't have you live here, but we are trying to have you in the roundtable. Hopefully, we can have your presence there, and you will be participating in the roundtable later on. And it was a really interesting talk, and focusing on poultry industry, of course, but very, very many lessons can be learned and applied to other sectors that we are discussing here today. With that, I would like to go to our next section of our presentation. We will have 4 recorded presentations. And I would like first to introduce to our first speaker, Dr. Alejandro Rivera from Pan American Center for Foot and Mouth Disease and Veterinary Public Health, PANAFOSTA. And the title of Dr. Rivera's talk is Control of Outbreak of Foot and Mouth Disease in Colombia in 2017 and 2018, Lessons Learned. We are going to listen and watch a recorded presentation of Dr. Rivera.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alejandro Rivera, and along with my colleagues of the Colombia Agricultural Institute and the Pan American Center for Foot and Mouth Disease and Veterinary Public Health, we want to present the talk, The Control of an Outbreak of Foot and Mouth Disease in Colombia, 2017-2018, Lessons Learned. The first slide is for giving a context of the objective of this presentation. Colombia is a country located in the north of South America. It has the 3rd largest cattle population in South America, 28 million cattle. In terms of EuFMD status, it has a small EuFMD-free zone without vaccination in the northwestern part of the country, and a larger EuFMD-free zone with vaccination covering the rest of the country, except one department bordering Venezuela, which is considered as a protection zone. The cattle population is vaccinated against EuFMD twice a year. While making the progress to eradicate the disease, the country experienced sporadic incursion of EuFMD virus from neighboring countries in 2004, 2008, and 2009. In fact, the risk of EuFMD virus incursion remains moderate, as Venezuela is regarded as an infected country, which suffered severe drawbacks in its EuFMD control program since 2016. The objective of this presentation is to report the control of a major outbreak of EuFMD in Colombia that started in June 2017 and lasted until October of 2018. 3 years of absence of EuFMD outbreaks in South America were interrupted when, on June 20 of 2017, an outbreak of EuFMD was reported. It affected one herd with 136 cattle located in the department bordering Venezuela. The investigation related this outbreak revealed a smuggled infected animal from Venezuela as the source. On June the 22nd, another outbreak was confirmed in a high mountainous area, Chacopí, of a department located at the center of the country, with poor road access. Several small herds were affected, and more than 2,400 cattle, among other animals, were stomped out and buried. Later, on July 11th, EuFMD was confirmed in a small herd in the same department, but 134 kilometers away of the second outbreak. It was presumed that these 2 outbreaks were related to contaminated products brought by Venezuelan immigrants, but there was no evidence of this hypothesis. Finally, a 4th outbreak was confirmed in the protection zone in July the 15th, linked to smuggling infected animals from Venezuela. Apart from the 2nd and the 3rd outbreaks, it was considered that all these events were unrelated, but as a result of different incursions of EuFMD virus from the same infected country. The phylogenetic analysis of the outbreaks isolates confirmed that all the isolates belonged to lineage number 6 of type O viruses from South America, according to Marilat and others who analyzed the O virus strains isolated in South America. Specifically, this genotype has been isolated in outbreaks of foot and mouth disease that occur in the state of Venezuela and departments of Colombia between 2003 and 2018. But this time was the first time this genotype has reached that far inside Colombia. Like all three countries in South America, Colombia adopted a set of sanitary measures in accordance with its contingency plan and its sanitary status. A list of all the sanitary measures is described here, but I will not list all because of the time constraint. Given that the entire extension of the free zone with vaccination had been suspended, which correspond to most of the country territory, Colombia decided to apply for a containment zone. Although the outbreaks were not related to each other and rather resulted from independent incursions, all the viruses isolated correspond to lineage 6 and were closely related. Based on this, the departments where the 3 outbreaks occurred in the EuFMD-free zone were grouped to form a containment zone, which was established in September 2017 by ICA. It was approved by OIE in December 2017, and the freeze status of the rest of the zone was restored. In September 2018, and while Colombia was completing the work to regain the free status throughout the country, a small herd of 18 cattle located in the containment zone was confirmed to be infected with foot-and-mouth disease virus type O. The main effect of the reappearance of the new case of FMD was the withdrawal of the approval of the containment zone and the suspension of the free status in the entire zone subjected to vaccination again. In addition, in October, 2 new outbreaks of foot-and-mouth disease was confirmed in the Venezuelan border departments of El Cesar and La Guajira. The 5th outbreak was considered as a result of the transmission of the infection in the containment zone, and the 6th and 7th outbreaks were considered as independent incursions of smuggled animals from Venezuela, given that the affected areas were close to the border with that country. High homology or FMD serotype O isolated in 2018 with those isolated from 2017 was found. The setback caused by the reappearance of the infection in the containment zone led to a revision of the control strategy. The following actions were decided. A post-vaccination monitoring in the former containment zone to assess the actual vaccination campaign, a test of vaccine matching with the 2018 isolate, which informed that the vaccine produced good protection in animals vaccinated and revaccinated, a FMD vaccination round in October and November of 2018, an additional FMD vaccination round in January and February of 2019 in those departments with FMD outbreaks in 2017 and 2018, a serological sample for PVM and variant transmission in the suspended FMD-free zone, submit a dossier for the restitution of FMD-free zone with vaccination, a rezoning of FMD-free zone with vaccination, dividing it in 4 zones, implement vaccination round according to the risk in the zones bordering Venezuela. A key input to inform this new strategy was the post-vaccination monitoring in the containment zone. In this sense, a 2-phase cross-sectional study to estimate the prevalence of antibody produced by the foot-and-mouth disease vaccine at the herd level throughout the containment zone was decided. The overall apparent prevalence of protected cattle was 0.78 for serotype O. Factors such as age, herd size, and department were associated with immune protection levels. Thus, this study revealed that despite reporting high level of vaccination coverage, small farms and some departments in the containment zone had less immunity than expected. After the January and February vaccination rounds, during March and April 2019, 4 cross-sectional surveys were carried out to detect the viral transmission and estimate the prevalence of antibody against FMD. One survey was done in the department with outbreaks during 2017 and 2018, the former containment zone. The second survey involved the departments with outbreaks in 2018 only. The third survey involved the rest of the suspended FMD-free zone, and the 4th survey was carried out in the protection zone. Tests of ELISA CFL for PVM and ELISA 3ABC and AITB to detect viral transmissions were used. The result of the PVM at animal level ranged from 83.7 to 95.7% of the cattle protected for the cell type O in the 3 areas with FMD status suspended. Homogeneity of the result considering the herd size was observed. No evidence of viral transmission was detected in any herds of the 3 areas sampled. In February 2020, the suspended FMD status was recovered. In May 2020, the division of FMD-free zone in 4 zones was approved. As closing remark, we can say that the incursion of FMD virus in Colombia during 2017 and 2018 were associated with weaknesses of the vaccination program, particularly in areas with a predominance of small herds. PVM was critical to detect factors associated with suboptimal immunization of animals. Containment zone is a valuable strategy to restore free status in the rest of the territory. And a new scheme of vaccination in the current FMD zones with vaccination considering risk is being assessed by ICA. A political commitment was reached for reducing the illegal movement of animals and products at the border with Venezuela, involving official veterinary service, police, and army. Rezoning of the FMD-free zone should give sustainability to FMD official status of Colombia. Finally, my acknowledgement, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rivera, for a very fascinating story about the outbreak and in Colombia and containment zones and restoring the free status of the country again. That was really a really interesting and relevant presentation. Thank you so much. I'm also encouraging the audience, please submit your questions via our platform, eufmdvirtual.com/forum, that we can raise your questions to the speakers. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Giulia Savioli, a veterinary officer at Swiss Armed Forces. The title of Dr. Savioli's presentation is A Methodology to Estimate Indirect Costs Associated with a Possible Outbreak of Transboundary Animal Diseases in Switzerland. Dr. Savioli has provided us a recorded version of her talk, so please broadcast her talk.
Hello and welcome. Thank you very much for joining me today. I am Giulia Savioli, a veterinary officer with the Swiss Armed Forces, and I will be describing the methodology we used in our study of the indirect costs associated with a possible outbreak of a transboundary animal disease in Switzerland. This project is a collaboration between Safoso, the Veterinary Public Health Institute of the University of Bern, the Veterinary Services of the Swiss Armed Forces, and EuFMD. And the project was funded by the Swiss Federal Food Safety and Veterinary Office. There are 3 main costs associated with transboundary animal diseases. The direct costs represent the expenses due to animal disease and control measures in farms and animals directly affected by the disease. The direct consequential costs represent the expenditures for preventing further spread of the disease. And finally, the indirect consequential costs, which we're interested in here, represent the impacts on the market of supply and demand shocks from our control measures, as well as the macroeconomic effects on sectors well beyond the livestock sector. Why is it important to research the indirect costs? Well, the indirect costs can often be higher than the direct costs and usually affect a much broader range of sectors than the direct costs. And these effects can actually continue well beyond the end of an outbreak. A good example of this was the foot and mouth outbreak of 2001 in the UK, where the indirect costs were estimated to be significantly higher than the direct costs. Therefore, a good estimation of the indirect costs is really crucial to inform any effective disease control policy. The objective of our study is to understand the indirect impacts of an African swine fever outbreak and the associated control measures in Switzerland on different Swiss economic sectors. And although we focus specifically on African swine fever, our methodology can be directly applied to other transboundary animal diseases. Let's start with this step-by-step summary of our methodology. We started by conducting a literature review and by identifying the relevant stakeholders. We then proceeded with the data collection, which also included the stakeholder interviews. We then captured the data in an appropriate framework, and the control measures we had were ranked and weighted according to importance. Finally, we analyzed our data using our two models, the cost calculator, followed by a decision tree model. Let's look at our methodology in a little bit more detail. So we started out with our three main data sources. We have the stakeholder interviews, which produced both qualitative and quantitative data. And then we also studied disease control regulations of Switzerland. In this case, these are the regulations which legislate how control measures should be implemented in case of a disease outbreak. And finally, we also examined industry data. This resulted in a mixture of qualitative and quantitative data, which we extracted and organized into a database. The control measures and impacts that we found were grouped into measure categories and mapped according to the stakeholders that they affected. So here we have control measures. Each control measure was grouped according to what category it fit into, and we also made sure to include other details regarding these control measures. For example, what type of outbreak they would be implemented in, which land areas they would affect, and also the time period over which they would be effective. Control measures themselves were then mapped to the stakeholders. So essentially, we have identified which stakeholders would be affected by the individual measures, and using this information, together with qualitative data from our stakeholder interviews, we were able to rank them in order of importance. As seen on the previous slide, we ranked measure categories according to importance. We then went ahead and produced a cost calculator for individual measure categories. So first, we isolated the relevant control measures that were relevant to this control category and identified how these measures would be implemented in case of an outbreak. We did this using a mind map. Using the same mind map, we identified the possible impacts and implications of these implementation plans. And we used this mind map to structure the cost calculator. We then identified the figures that we required for our calculations, and we used these figures in the cost calculator. Results of the cost calculator were then incorporated into a decision tree model. Here's a more detailed view of our impacts mind map. So we started out by defining our outbreak scenarios. In this case, for example, the outbreak could occur either in wild boar or in domestic pigs. We then identified the possible control policies for a specific category of measures and how these would be implemented. Finally, we defined the possible implications of these control policies. And based on these implications, we structured our cost calculator, which you can now see here. In the cost calculator, each control policy is subdivided into individual costs. And then we calculated these costs according to the different outbreak scenarios. In our model, we looked at various outbreak sizes in different regions of the countries, and also whether the outbreak occurred in wild boar or domestic pigs. The result is that the model produces a cost for each control policies depending on the type of outbreak. The results of our cost calculator can then be used in the decision tree model. The model is essentially a diagram where we map out the disease control options we are trying to choose between. I should say first, the figures that you can see here are for demonstration value only, so please don't read too much into them. In the model, we take into account decisions. So, for example, the decision whether to instigate measures in the face of an outbreak or to do nothing. The other decision that we can make is to select one control strategy over another. We also take into account the probability of certain scenarios occurring. For example, here, the probability of an outbreak happening in wild boar compared to in domestic pigs. In the model, we insert the costs of each control strategy, which we calculated using our cost calculator. These are the figures in blue. The model identifies which control strategy is most economically favorable, and it takes into account both the individual costs of the different strategies, but also the probability of certain scenarios occurring. We can also repeat the model for different outbreak scenarios. For example, in this tree, we look specifically at a small outbreak in a specific region of Switzerland. So in this case, Northwest Switzerland. The model also allows us to demonstrate the effect of uncertainty in these values. So uncertainty in the figures from our cost calculator, but also uncertainty in the probabilities of scenarios occurring, and whether this uncertainty changes the most economically favorable decision. The model therefore takes into account more factors than the simple cost calculator, and therefore offers us a more dynamic and insightful way to choose the best disease control option. In summary, the indirect consequential costs associated with transboundary animal diseases are potentially more significant than the direct costs, but they're often more complex and difficult to identify. Identifying these indirect costs requires us to collect both qualitative and quantitative data, and our methodology allows us to incorporate both these kinds of data into an economic model. To be specific, we use two economic models here, a cost calculator followed by a decision tree model. These models allow us to inform decision-making in disease control policy. The decision tree allows us to select the best disease control option based on the cost implications of the control measures and to estimate the impact of uncertainty in our inputs. Although we focus on African swine fever here, our methodology can also be applied to many other transboundary animal diseases, so I therefore hope that this has been both interesting and useful for you. I'd like to thank you all very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions and comments during the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Savioli, for presenting your process of developing this tool to estimate the indirect consequential cost of control policies of transboundary animal diseases. Very interesting. And I think our audience will direct the questions to you in the forum, and we will have you in the roundtable discussion later on. And we will know more about the details of your model and the aims. So I would like to introduce now our next speaker, Dr. Daniel Pickett-Weddell, Associate Director at Center for Food Security and Public Health at Iowa State University. The title of their talk is Secure Food Supply Planning in the U.S., Continuity of Business During a Transboundary Livestock Disease Outbreak. Please, we will listen to the recorded version of their presentation.
I am Dr. Danielle Pickett-Weddell from the Center for Food Security and Public Health at Iowa State University in the United States. It is my pleasure to share with you over a decade's worth of work on behalf of hundreds of people involved in the secure food supply planning in the U.S., continuity of business during a transboundary livestock disease outbreak. A transboundary animal disease outbreak in the U.S. would have immediate and long-lasting impacts on livestock and allied industries. The United States Department of Agriculture, USDA response plans include immediate movement restrictions for animals and their products that pose a risk of disease spread. This market disruption will impact food availability, animal welfare, and the economic viability of livestock producers. Balancing disease control efforts with the risk of animal and product movement to ensure business continuity is complex. For over a decade, there has been a concerted effort in the United States to develop response plans that support disease containment while not destroying the industries being protected. If the United States were to experience a TAD outbreak, it would be considered a national animal health emergency. The USDA response plans for foot and mouth disease, classical swine fever, and African swine fever, referred to as Red Book, identify the capabilities needed and critical activities to respond to a transboundary animal disease. The highly pathogenic avian influenza response plan was put into place in 2015, 16, and 17 through various outbreaks. The goals of a TAD response are to detect, control, and contain a TAD in livestock as quickly as possible, eradicate disease using strategies that protect public health, the environment, stabilize animal agriculture, food supply, and the economy, and provide science and risk-based approaches to facilitate continuity of business for non-infected animals and their products. The USDA recognizes the importance of business continuity planning and has been contributing funding since 2007 to address this critical need. Movement restrictions of susceptible livestock species is one strategy for the control and containment of a TAD outbreak in the US. A 72-hour national movement standstill of susceptible species, semen, embryos, and wool has been recommended by USDA. During this time, regulatory control areas will be set up around infected premises. The infected, suspect, and contact farms will be managed under the guidance in the various red books or response plans. Livestock operations affected by movement control in these control areas, yet not infected with the transboundary animal disease, will need to restart movement as soon as possible to support business continuity, as long as it's consistent with mitigating the risk of disease spread. The guidance in the Secure Food Supply Plans are for operations with no evidence of infection located in the control area to prepare to meet movement permit requirements while reducing the risk of virus spread. Numerous states have made great strides in pre-planning movement restrictions and permitting in the event of an outbreak. The Secure Food Supply Plans provide guidance on the movement of animals and products from premises with no evidence of infections for specific TADs. Egg production facility owners were the first industry sector that came forth to discuss possible options to the traditional approach of controlling diseases through stop movement. Over years of discussion, the Secure Egg Supply Plan was developed as a partnership between the USDA, states, and industry. The Secure Egg and Secure Turkey Supply Plans were successfully implemented during US HPA outbreaks to allow producers that did not have infected flocks move their product or birds without spreading disease. Business continuity planning worked for those operations. These individual plans retain their industry-specific details, yet all fall under one Secure Poultry Supply Plan that aligns various surveillance testing protocols for interstate movement. For livestock affected by FMD, the Secure Milk Supply Plan was funded by USDA first because of the just-in-time movements of this perishable product. Shortly after, pork was funded by USDA to look at the movement of pigs from one production phase to another and to processing. Pork also includes planning for classical and African swine fever. The National Pork Board has also provided funding for the development and now maintenance of the Secure Pork Supply Plan. In 2014, Secure Beef was funded by USDA to look at the movement of finished cattle to harvest and movement between production phases in subsequent years. In 2019, the American Sheep Industry Association funded Phase 1 of the Secure Sheep and Wool Supply Plan. Secure Sheep and Secure Beef made great strides faster because all that had been learned to secure milk, pork, and poultry supply plans. The remainder of this presentation will focus on these Secure Food Supply Plans. The development process was based on a partnership between each industry, state, federal animal health officials, and veterinarians in academia. National and international standards for disease control were reviewed and documents were drafted. Subject matter experts were consulted throughout the process. Stakeholders were identified from the dairy, swine, beef, and sheep industries, and state and federal regulatory officials to review and improve guidance documents. Hundreds of hours of calls, review time, and writing has gone into the 4 livestock Secure Food Supply Plans. Once drafts were released, workshops, field demonstrations, tabletops, and functional exercises were conducted across the industries and states. Frequent stakeholder webinars were held to collect feedback. It's an iterative process, inserting lessons learned along the way to strengthen guidance. The Secure Food Supply Plans are only 7 to 10 pages long and can be found on their respective websites. Each provides guidance to producers, packers, processors, regulatory officials, and veterinarians for preparedness and response actions to promote business continuity to a U.S. transboundary animal disease outbreak. Each plan has industry-specific materials to support contingency planning for movement restrictions, enhanced biosecurity, and to conduct surveillance. Proactive risk assessments were done for milk and pork. Foundations for movement permitting were created for livestock premises with no evidence of infection. Participation is voluntary. The secure food supply plans for milk, pork, beef, sheep, and wool were all drafted with a similar outline for consistency in messaging to those impacted by or managing the disease outbreak. The topics found in each are outlined here on the screen. Industry or disease nuances are included where applicable. Stakeholders are encouraged to focus on preparing prior to an outbreak. Those resources are uncovered next. Prior to an outbreak, producers are encouraged to request a national premises identification number. Producers should also develop an enhanced biosecurity plan. Checklists, information manuals, and enhanced biosecurity templates are all available on the websites listed. Secure Pork has resources in English and Spanish. Producers should also have a contingency plan for movement restrictions. Prior to an outbreak, producers should prepare themselves to monitor animals for signs of the transboundary animal diseases. There are many resources available on the Secure Food website. The Secure Food Supply plans each include a permit guidance table, like the one shown on the screen, describing the various criteria that the industry, state, federal, and academic partnership created. These criteria are based on traceability, enhanced biosecurity, epidemiology with record keeping, acceptance of the animals and their products, and no evidence of infection based on surveillance. Milk and wool present some unique traits and have slightly different criteria explained in their respective plans found on their website. Permit requirements are up to the regulatory officials managing the outbreak and may change based on outbreak characteristics. The negative animal health, welfare, and economic repercussions will be significant if a transboundary animal disease is introduced to the U.S. The Secure Food Supply plans provide a framework for the livestock industries, state, and federal officials to build resiliency now. Discussions must be ongoing to discuss expectations and capabilities as it pertains to movement restrictions and what might stop. States and the USDA must continue to determine permitting capabilities. Lastly, the states must continue to refine their expectations for enhanced biosecurity, disease monitoring, and record keeping so producers are aware and able to meet those expectations. It is up to stakeholders to put effort into preparedness now and implementation to increase their likelihood of maintaining business continuity. All of the resources shared can be found on the Secure Food website displayed on the screen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bickett-Riddle, for presenting your story about secure food supply in the US. That was really interesting and very complementary to other talks that we had earlier. And we really hope that you will be attending the roundtable. Also, there will be some questions to you in related to the topic that you presented. I'd like to introduce our last speaker of this session, Dr. Koen Mentiens from European Commission for the Control of Foot and Mouth Disease, EuFMD. And the title of his talk is Impact of On-Farm Biosecurity Level in Pig Herds on the Spread and Control of Foot and Mouth Disease. Please, we will listen to Koen's presentation.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Koen Mentiens. I'm a veterinary epidemiologist, and I've been helping governments, farmers, and industries with improving animal health and welfare in different regions in the world. I'm an international consultant at the moment, and I'm working for the EuFMD as a quantitative risk assessor. And I'm contributing to improving the preparedness for managing fast disease crises in the member states. I'm presenting a small proof of concept on how to assess the impact of biosecurity levels in pig herds using the EuFMD simulation model. Biosecurity is high on the agenda again It is essential for good animal health management, and it is clear now that for certain diseases, it's the only measure to rely on for controlling them. It's not only good for animal health management, but also secondary. It will contribute to prudent use of antimicrobials, and that's also therefore that it's now again very important to work on. Biosecurity cannot be replaced or omitted. We cannot forget about it. Vaccines cannot replace biosecurity measures, and that's why it is important to continue working on implementing biosecurity measures on farms. But that may be a challenge because it requires investment of resources and time by farmers, and they may act differently depending on local conditions. The options for improving biosecurity are diverse, so maybe not always clear to follow, and especially the non-commercial pig sectors may be very difficult to motivate on implementing biosecurity measures. So it may require drivers and levers for behavior change amongst farmers to work on biosecurity measures and biosecurity. So assessing the impact of biosecurity on farms may be a good lever, may be an important lever to show to farmers how important biosecurity may be on their farm, also in a more broader context of controlling fast diseases. So I've talked about I said that we are going to use the EuFMD model. It is a disease spread simulation model which can help decision makers and contingency planners to test preparedness for controlling fast diseases. It looks at impact and size of outbreaks, and it can compare control measures in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of the resources which are available in countries to implement the control measures. So with that, it will provide a better understanding of risk, and with that, contribute to better preparedness in countries to address these fast disease outbreaks. You see the model running. It simulates spread, as you see, and it has a dashboard following on with different parameters. The EuFMD model also includes a on-farm biosecurity, as it contributes to whether spread from one farm to the other farm may be successful or not. And you see the formula here. So if we consider local spread or indirect spread of foot and mouth disease between farms, the biosecurity is a weight of the destination herd, and it is indicated in yellow here. So it may enhance or reduce the probability of spread during a contact between a source farm and a destination farm. And this is what we're now going to explore to see how it can be used in our assessing the impact of biosecurity. We will also work with another tool which is developed by the University of Ghent, which is called the BioCheck. The BioCheck is a worldwide standard of quantifying biosecurity on farms. So it's a on-farm assessment survey, which is now basically has a global implementation, as you can see from the map. So it considers internal and biosecurity measures, and with that estimates biosecurity scores. So a farmer would see a display, as you see now, where it has scores for different internal and external biosecurity measures subdivided in different topics. So we use this BioCheck data. So BioCheck has a considerable data set for European countries. So many countries are implementing, farmers in different countries are implementing the BioCheck survey. And so with the help of the Ghent University, we developed a foot and mouth disease biosecurity score. So it comprises a selected number of external biosecurity measures, and the scores were defined by different species and different herd types, and the scores were identified and estimated variable per country as well. So we had variability distributions for the FMD biosecurity scores for different countries, but also for different herd types. And the challenge was now to translate this biosecurity score into the biosecurity rate as it is available in EuFMD. So the weight would be now a comparison of the score per country over the score for all countries which are in the, all European countries which are in the Biocheck database. So by translating the score, we did the exercise and looking at, okay, how can better biosecurity have a result in reducing the outcome of a foot-and-mouth disease outbreak. We first looked at Ireland because Ireland had a considerable large Biocheck data set, so there was a lot of farms of Ireland which are included in the Biocheck database. So for the pig herds, Ireland has an overall score of 63%. So we started the simulation in the model by seeding a breeding pig herd in Ireland. We used the default control measures, so no additional vaccination strategies or preventive culling, just the default measures. And we looked at the impact and the size, impact on size and duration of the measures. And we looked at two scenarios. So we looked at the default biosecurity score as it was estimated by the Biocheck. And then we also enhanced the overall biosecurity scores with 30%. So enhancing biosecurity scores would mean imposing a number of compulsory biosecurity measures on all farms in Ireland. The results you can see here, it was not so surprising. It was not so big, the difference between the default and enhanced, the default part and the enhanced biosecurity part, because basically Ireland has not many pig farms, and therefore the impact of pig farms on foot-and-mouth disease outbreaks in Ireland would be very, very low. There was a difference, but the difference was very minimal, and that's why we looked at another country where the big industry was more considerable, and that's why we looked at Italy. Okay, Italy overall biosecurity was lower than Ireland, but there were more pig herds, and you would see that between the default biosecurity score and the 30% enhanced biosecurity score, there was a considerable impact on size and duration of the outbreak. So, and especially the pig herds, the number of infected herds in the enhanced biosecurity score scenario reduced with 50%. So it shows, this is a proof of concept, it shows that biosecurity can be measured and can be valued in looking at outbreak scenarios, into preparedness testing, into simulation exercises. So it's only proof of concept. It can be extended to other species now. That's what we're going to do. We will also extend it to all EuFMD member countries, meaning all countries that are using the EuFMD model. And we're now going to translate the different biosecurity measures which are in the Biocheck tool into the weights which can then clearly be included in the EuFMD model. With that, we want to contribute to better preparedness because we can actually value the impact of biosecurity measurement systems in farms and in countries, and to see whether these biosecurity measures are actually sufficient to guarantee a sufficient reduction of spread to safe plan and have the stakeholders on board in terms of minimizing the impact of fast disease outbreaks. With that, this all may mean a solution for business continuity and engage the private and the public livestock stakeholders into a dialogue to see how biosecurity can really be a sufficient measure to reduce the spread of fast diseases. Thank you very much. I acknowledge the contributors of my presentation in this last slide, and I'm happy to take your answers, your questions, I'm sorry, in a later stage. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much to all speakers with these interesting and hopefully useful presentations. For the viewers, we would like now to prepare ourselves for the roundtable. So we need just a couple of minutes. So we let's go and see you in 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We are here in the round table with all our presenters of this afternoon session. I would like to remind all the viewers that the forum is open. If you want to post questions or whatever that you want to be addressed in this round table, we animate you to do it. Okay, the first question is for Amanda Murray, Dr. Amanda Murray. We think that when you apply this compartmentalization, from the beginning, probably the level of acceptability by the sector and the participation of all stakeholders probably increase progressively. How do you look for stakeholder involvement in this program in the first place?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, Amanda, perfectly.
Thank you. I've had a lot of IT problems this morning, so apologies. Thank you for the question. And just to make sure that I have it correct. So how do we get the stakeholder involvement? Both I'll touch briefly on ahead of time as well as during the outbreak. And so ahead of time, what we have done is we've done a lot of industry outreach and presentations, workshops, as Dr. Beckett-Weddell talked about. We've done a lot of exercises and tabletops and trying to engage our industry within the state to kind of socialize the program ahead of time so that as many people as possible are aware of the program as well as the requirements that would be put into place. One of the things that happened during the virulent Newcastle disease outbreak was that very few people actually had the plans written and were ready to go when the outbreak occurred. So we had to write them kind of on the fly in the middle of an outbreak, which is definitely not ideal because they take a lot of time and a lot of resources. During the outbreak, we had the leverage of that we would not issue movement permits unless they had the biosecurity in place. And once that spread through the industry, that we were in fact requiring the implementation of the enhanced biosecurity in order to move product or animals, then a lot of the industry producers were really got much more engaged in terms of getting the biosecurity plans either written or at least getting the biosecurity itself implemented, which was the important part, to have the biosecurity functional.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for this information. The second questions will be for Anne and Celine. Compartmentalization concept is or has been out there for a long time now, so we already heard about compartmentalization a long time ago. But in the practical way, there are not many examples at the international level of this kind of compartmentalization, with us, as the one that you presented, African swine fever and pig sector. Do you know any example at international level? And in your opinion, which are the factors that are limiting most the implementation in the practical way at international trade level?
Yes, there were two existing compartments related to pigs and ASF. One in Chile in 2012 or 13, something like that, and another one in Zimbabwe at the beginning of the year 2000, I think. They both stopped for reasons not related to animal health. And for the reason why we don't have so many compartments, I think that's a bit what we presented. So you need to have a specific context to be able to implement a compartment. And that's quite a long process to involve all the stakeholders to convince them that it's a valuable process and that you can trust it. Anne, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I think your last point is key. Is that it's the concept demands quite a lot of investment upfront, and it's kind of a vicious circle that because it demands quite a lot of investment upfront, but that there is no currently running ASF compartment with external approval. It's a bit of a leap of faith for the industry and governments to implement that. And I think now with the ASF situation worldwide, it's a key moment to show that compartmentalization is a good tool for the situation, and that it's really the right context to demonstrate that it is valuable. And I think we know about a compartment program that's currently being developed by a currently disease-free country, and we really hope that this is going to be successful. There is also international interest with upcoming guidelines from the OIE to support compartmentalization for ASF, which should be out shortly. So hopefully that will stimulate the enthusiasm of the industry and trading partners.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is, there are a lot of questions for Alejandro. Alejandro, the first question for you is what you mentioned about the division, this four regional division of in the country in Colombia to avoid or to prevent the spread between these divisions in the case of entry of foot-and-mouth disease. How is the practical implementation of each division? Which are the key measures to look at when you want to prevent the spread of the disease, and how much in terms of cost, if you have any idea, any estimation of resources and the cost of this system?
Okay. You mean about zoning? Why
yes. The zoning specifically.
But the problem is this: the risk for Colombia is at the border with Venezuela, and for that, if they have only one zone, if they have an outbreak, they lose the status, And this time, the status was lost for almost 3 years. So the strategy is to isolate the fourth department at the border with Venezuela, and this is now a transition. In fact, it's a transition to that final goal. And then I have a rest of the zone, which is all departments that are not bordering Venezuela, as another zone. But today they have a 4 department at border with Venezuela, 4, and one of them is a protection zone, which is not with the status. So to have a one zone there, they have to divide the area. So that's why now they have one zone in the north, another zone with the department at the south, and then another zone, number 3, which is in the rest of the country. But there are another fourth zone, but another zone, which is the fourth, is only for trade purpose, because in Colombia, a group of departments located in the north are responsible for the trade, for the export, So they were really affected because of the suspension for 3 years. So, and this area is isolated by a river. So that's the reason that they decided to have another zone. That's why they have a number of zones. The problem is not I would say difficult to control, because you have to control animal product, animal movement. But if you have the same status, this is very easy to move, only control the number of animals and a certificate. And Colombia have an infrastructure of checkpoint distributed in the country because of the law of the animal movement. So it was easy to accommodate the checkpoint that they have in order to protect now these new zones. So in terms of resources, of course, it's important, but in terms of protect the export is beneficial. That's my answer to that question. Thank you.
So the cost benefit is positive for Colombia to put this on place. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Thank you very much. The fourth question is for Giulia Savioli. This morning, I don't know if you saw this morning session, but Tatiana Massis presented a study where she concluded that indirect cost would be higher based on the model than direct in her model than direct ones. In the case of foot-and-mouth disease outbreak in Austria, did you find the same? And regarding this indirect cost, which from your study, which is the highest cost indirect problem that you identified in your study?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so basically, we haven't actually looked at any direct costs yet in our study. We've specifically focused on indirect costs, which means we don't have any direct costs to compare those to. Obviously, from past studies, as well as the study from our colleague this morning, it's often been shown that direct costs are usually smaller than the indirect costs, especially because these indirect costs, when you start to look at them, they affect a large number of sectors and often well beyond the livestock sector. So those effects can really have impacts that are very far-reaching, and in that way they're sort of multiplied across the entire kind of pork value chain, but in the case of a swine disease, but also beyond that. So that's one thing that we found. Lots of sectors, some of which were almost a little bit unexpected, were being affected. And the second part of the question, could you remind me, was about what we found.
Which cost within the indirect cost did you find the most important in terms of money, of cost?
Exactly. So specifically in our study, we, as you will have seen in the presentation, we looked at the possible measures and control measures and categorized those into measure categories. And then we basically conducted some economic modeling on individual measure categories. And so in our case, so far, we focused specifically on one category of measures, and the category was prevention of contact between wild boar and domestic pigs. So really kind of the on-farm biosecurity measures that would allow us to prevent the contact between wildlife and domestic pigs in our case. And in that particular scenario, so it straight away becomes quite a detailed model. But in that particular scenario, we actually found that the biggest costs were associated with depopulation in farms. Often what you'll find is when people are giving a set of options, one of the control options or implementation plans we have is to make all the farms have indoor housing only. So we have a high proportion of farms that have outdoor access for pigs in Switzerland. And so if you have to put all the pigs indoors, automatically most farms don't have enough space to do that. And therefore a certain amount of depopulation is necessary to allow that to happen. And actually the loss of revenue over a long period of time from that reduction in herd size was found to be the biggest, cost for that particular category of measures. So that's, really also why, depending on the duration of your outbreak, the cost will be slightly different. But for outbreaks, longer than one pig cycle of about 3.5 months, generally speaking, that biggest cost is really the cost of depopulation and really reducing herd size.
Thank you very much for this complete detailed answer. The next question is going to be for Dr. Daniel Pickelwedel. Can you mention some lesson learned from the simulation exercise that you were carried out to test the business continuity plans in cattle, pigs, and small ruminants?
We have not had simulation exercises. We have done tabletop exercises. We are purely in the testing the plan phase. What we've focused on primarily is the movement permitting process. In the United States, each state gets to determine what their permit movement requirements are. And with 48 states, it can be a little confusing. Many states have animal production in one state, but animal slaughter in another. So a lot of what we have done through tabletop exercises and our functional exercise have been to test those procedures. And that's really what has helped solidify the recommendations for permit requirements are those types of exercises.
Okay, thank you. I understood that there was simulation, but tabletops are a kind of simulation exercise, of course, also. So it's good to know. Thank you very much, Daniel. The next question is for Koen. It's from the forum. What is the procedure at the moment to access this data from Biocheck Argent?
It's quite straightforward because the Biocheck is a tool which was developed by Ghent University. The primary use of it was to improve biosecurity on farms to deal with antimicrobial resistance. That was the primary purpose, but I'm sure that the team at Ghent is happy to collaborate with all kind of others to explore and to use their data as much as possible. So you can find the details on the Biocheck website, and so please contact Jeroen de Wolf. He's the professor of epidemiology at Ghent who is actually leading this team. So if you address your question to him, I'm sure he will be able to consider collaborations with others. So no worries.
Okay, well noticed. Thank you very much. And we go back to Amanda Murray for the next question. When you implemented this compartmentalization, we suppose that the compartmentalization cost-benefit analysis could take into account the possibility of trade with different states within the USA or even with other countries. Did you manage to export eggs based on this compartmentalization to other countries, to other states? There was any problem in this sense?
I'm not exactly sure the level of what happened with our trade during the VND outbreak. So I know that we were able to maintain some, some movement within California and amongst other states. But to be honest, I don't have it on the top of my mind what happened with our trade during the time of the outbreak.
Okay, thank you very much, Amanda. It's just, well, the curiosity of the effectiveness of these kinds of measures is quite interesting for everybody of us. Anyway, for the next question, it's going for Anne and Celine again. You mentioned that the transition between the peacetime into the compartment activation, let's say, is a key for the success of this compartmentalization. So you have to be very rapid to avoid any spread of the virus into the compartment, I suppose. Have you any specific recommendation for a successful transition between peace or from the peacetime to the activation of the compartment?
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but well, how I understand the question is that the transition from what we call peacetime to wartime, and that would be so peacetime being when there is no disease in the country, yes, and wartime being after introduction. And Okay, so what's important to point out is that the compartment is activated before that. So the compartment is activated from when the time that the veterinary authority is approving it and its biosecurity measures and all other measures. And so that's the key point for compartments, is that it is activated before. And so in theory, there is a seamless transition into wartime because the compartment status will not change should the disease be introduced in the country. In practice, this needs to be, I guess the key recommendation is that this transition period needs to be put in writing in the trading agreement, because that's where all is going to be, all that's the basis for continuing export after introduction. It's what will be in the trade agreement, recognizing the compartment status and detailing what will happen if disease is introduced in the country, how the communication will go between the veterinary services, would there be any delay, would there be any need for reassurance that the compartment is indeed in place, and all these things. So, well, that's out of my expertise, but that's going then into trade negotiations.
So I don't know, Celine, if you want to say something. No. So the compartment is always activated from its creation, and then there is no flexibility for the compartment in peace times as the compartment is activated. So that is clear. Okay, thank you very much. The next question is going to be for Alejandro. Have you any, well, we spoke before about the zoning period. Now we are asking you about the cost of the outbreak control. Do you have any estimation of this cost in this kind of outbreak?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think the director of Animal Health of Colombia presented one cost during our presentation, but back in April 2019. So I think this could be higher now. But they estimated the total cost is in $53 million at that time, in April 2019. But from this total, $2 million was caused by, because disease control measures, $2 million, plus $1 million for compensation cost, because almost 5,000 cattle were, and some other animals were slaughtered in these outbreaks. And they estimated another 50 millions because of the ban of export, because it's almost, I already said, almost 2 years or 2 years and a half were suspended. So that's the main impact of this outbreak. It wasn't in the trade than the direct cost or cost for disease control, for example. So, but this is, I don't have detail about this estimation. I have only the presentation of the doctor, the director. So I'm just passing that figures. Probably are higher than this. Yeah, that would be.
Anyway, it's very, very interesting to see that the indirect cost is much, much higher than the direct cost. Yes. Well, I think they were asking, the forum was asking for an estimation. So thank you very much, Dr. Alejandro. Next question is for Daniel again. How do you deal with the small stakeholders? I mean, for example, when there is an outbreak, of course, small stakeholders are more if they have commercial farms in some way. There could be a problem because the virus entered these farms and etc. Do you have any advice on this? How to involve a stakeholder or to make an incentive system for small stakeholders to get them involved into this again compartmentalization process?
Excellent question. It is a very big challenge trying to reach those producers. Many of our herds, cattle herds, swine herds, are less than 50 head. So it's easy for us to work with the big producers. They tend to be more risk averse in areas and understand the importance of biosecurity. So some things that we've tried and continue to work on are how do we best reach them through communication. All of them need to buy feed. So our feed networks is a very good place that we started, is to try and get information to the feed stores that sell products to the producers. We've actually got a program happening in Iowa right now on how do we implement some of these peacetime basic biosecurity steps, because to get to enhance is a very large step for some of these farms. From a risk standpoint, they don't tend to have the volume of movement. So that's a good thing, right? We're not moving hundreds of animals up and down the roads every day. But we all know it takes one animal sometimes to be a concern. So it's definitely something we continue to work on through our communication channels and trying to make people more aware of what some of the risks are. I will tell you, COVID has caught the attention of a lot of people. Some of the similarities between how we manage COVID from a biosecurity standpoint, contact tracing, looking at vaccination programs, has definitely caught the attention of producers. So we're using that parallel as an educational opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amanda, I don't know if you want to add something about the particular case of California in this sense.
Yeah, thanks. I would agree with Danelle that we have also discovered that the feed and the feed stores has been a critical sort of social area and a point at which to get out to the producers of all sizes. So that's something that we've leveraged as well, and that we continue to leverage. In California, we produce an annual calendar that we distribute to all kinds of venues, whether it be to producers, to vets, to feed stores. And on that calendar, there's lots of biosecurity tips to try to get it into the daily practice. As Danelle said, that it's really important to start to get that daily level of biosecurity up so that when we need to move up to enhanced, it's not quite such a big jump. But on these small producers, the larger step is getting the implementation of some of these basic biosecurity practices.
Thank you very much, Amanda. The next question for Juliana to follow the order established. Which sectors beyond the livestock sector did you consider in your estimations within the undirect cost?
So we had quite a number of different sectors. As you'll recall, we had both qualitative and quantitative data. So actually part of our study, I presented to you the economic models, but we also had a qualitative side. So there's quite a large number of sectors affected. In our case, obviously, African swine fever affects wild boar. So we had effects on the forestry sector, forest tourism. Forest ownership is quite varied in Switzerland, and so we have both public and private forest ownership. So all those people would be affected as well to a greater or a lesser degree. We also had effects on crops, so arable farmers, because obviously crops that are used for pig feed can't necessarily be used if they fall into an area where there's been an outbreak in wild boar. And then we had the other stakeholders that can be indirectly affected, but they're still in the pig value chain. So things like pig semen producers, pig transporters, or people who transport feed, all the way through the pig value chain. And what we found very quickly is that obviously everything within that pig value chain is to a greater or lesser extent connected. So as soon as you have an effect somewhere in that chain, you'll get an echo throughout it, and the effects can be smaller or greater depending on the particular category of measures that you're instigating. So quite a big range. And, the more you look into it, the more you see that actually, the effects can be wider and wider ranging.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. Next question is for Koen. Koen, there is a question from the forum that is asking for. It seems that from your presentation that you included in this modeling the pig sector scoring of biosecurity, but I don't know. It seems that the cattle is what wasn't considered in this case, and the cattle is very important in the epidemiology of foot and mouth disease, and must be very difficult because cattle is less integrated. Is the extensive systems of some free range system for many herds, etc. I don't know if you have any particular?
Well, we used the pork when, as I mentioned, this was just a proof of concept, and we used the pig industry, the pig sector, because the biocheck tool had the most of the participants to the survey were pig herds. So this had the biggest coverage. So for cattle, the tool is only developed more recently. So the number of cattle farms that use the biocheck to assess their on-farm biosecurity is much lower. So that's why we started with the pig herds. But of course, in the next step, we will certainly include cattle as well. And we will see, of course, that there may be a higher variability between cattle herds there. So this is next steps to take.
Okay, so it seems that we are on time. We would like to be here for hours speaking about these interesting topics, but we have to finish. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much for your comprehensive and complete answers. And we hope that this was useful for the viewers. And that's it. So I think that the word today is compartmentalization, biosecurity, how this can prevent and how can this could be used in the case of an outbreak to ensure resilience, to facilitate the survival of business and the survival of the stakeholder that is at the end the main objective of our animal health, of the veterinary services activities. I think that it was very interesting how the new tools like modeling techniques can help to do these things and to on one hand assess the impact of these diseases or predict the impact or estimate the possible impact of these diseases. What is very important to communicate risk to those that have to act to implement this measure of prevention is the key here. And on the other hand, to try to predict how the outbreak could affect the country, how the disease could spread in the country, and how could we put in place methods for surveillance and to regain freedom as soon as possible. What is key for reducing the impact and, of course, to improve or to not impact so damaging the business and the livelihood of the people that are living from livestock. So I think it was very interesting, all the answers and everything. I would like to remind you that there will be a conclusion session in February 2021 next year. We hope, all of us hope, that the new year comes a better situation about this nightmare that we are living around the world, and we hope for that. And that's all from me. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much for the viewers, and that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Germán, for presenting a very nice overview and also a recap. And I just picked some of the keywords that you mentioned, also other speakers mentioned this morning and also this afternoon. We heard this morning about improving business continuity by means of regulations and policies. That was quite interesting. And also something that was mentioned in one of the talks this morning was well-being of veterinary services. That something is really important for resilience of the industry. And also, you very well mentioned the tools. We had a number of presentations on tools that are used to assess and also predict the different scenarios of outbreaks, especially in free settings. That's a very valuable tool. And also, I would like to mention a very important keyword that was mentioned several times. That was partnership, public-private partnership, especially. And that was also reflected in compartmentalization approach that was presented just this afternoon, and also in secure food supply, which was presented from the US US presenters. That was quite important, and I know both OIE and FAO are very much involved in promoting PPPs. So and then at the end of that, biosecurity, of course, is playing a major role. Again, a number of different tools were mentioned, and like biocheck, EuFMDs, etc. So those are basically the keywords of the day. And with those ones, I would like to thank you, Germán, for chairing this session this morning and this afternoon, and also moderating the round table. I would like to draw the attention of our audience to a survey that is live on our website, eufmdvirtual.com. We have a survey on the data related to FMD. We want to ask you basically to give us your opinion, basically to guide us to design a FMD web portal and dashboard. So data is being collected from our laboratory networks on genomics, surveillance, and PCP FMD. So it would be really great to hear your views in that area. Please go to our website and spare some time to tell us about what your views are about our FMD data. With those words, I would like to thank you also, all the presenters today, and also presenters of the last days of this session, and also my colleagues in the background who have been working quite hard to make this happen very smoothly and comes to you in different platforms. So with those words, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Fabrizio Rosso, who will be guiding us through the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning for those following from America. I'm here to introduce this short, conclusive part of the 4 live sessions that we had during the past 2 weeks with very good keynotes and other speakers and presentations. And I would like first to reiterate once more that unfortunately it was not possible to have all the abstracts received, and we received more than 100 abstracts in the form of oral presentations. And therefore, many of them are proposed in the poster sessions that are dedicated to the themes of the 4 days. I would like also to mention that there is an additional and important poster session that usually reserved a dedicated and important part of the open session, which is focused on diagnosis and virus characterization, which I really invite you to visit. And we have invited here today an author or co-author of many abstracts that were submitted in this open session, but also in a lot of previous open sessions. So we have here today Emiliana Brocchi, who is the head of National FAO and ORE Reference Laboratory for FMD at the Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale of Brescia, della Lombardia e dell'Emilia Romagna. She is also a member of our Special Committee for Surveillance and Applied Research. And Emiliana will present 2 relevant abstracts that I think well indicate the level of applied research carried out at her institute, but also the level of papers that are available in this poster session that I just mentioned. Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fabrizio. But before introducing our recent results, let me say that working with the EuFMD family that has increased years after year has been one of the most exciting and satisfying activity of my career. My first participation to an EuFMD session dates back to 1983. It was a closed session in Lelystad, followed by an open session in my institute in Brescia in 1984, when all the participants could be accommodated around the table. Now we are much more. So as a young scientist during the 80s, I experienced the last years of FMD within the European Union, the last years of mass vaccination campaign in Europe, and finally the success of disease eradication. And later on, I've also experienced the subsequent occasional incursions of exotic viruses within an FMD-free European Union. I must say that EuFMD was able to adapt its activities and initiatives to these changing patterns, moving from coordinating best measures to control the disease within Europe to the research needs in terms of diagnostics and vaccines, to the famous 3 pillars of the current EuFMD work program, up to expanding its missions to the fast context. And in this framework, one of our main activity carried out by the Israel laboratory team at Garrido was the development of monoclonal antibodies and their exploitation in immunoassay that benefits from their peculiar properties. So I thank Fabrizio and EuFMD for giving me this chance to mention our recent results. Part of them, as Fabrizio just said, are reported in posters of session 5, which is addressed to novel diagnostics and characterization of viruses. And for example, one new challenge of our studies was to transfer the diagnostic potential of the ELISA kits for FMDV detection and serotyping that we have developed in collaboration with the Preparedness Institute into an on-site assay based on the multiplex lateral flow technology. We are doing this work in partnership with the University of Torino in Italy and a young spin-off of the same university. Next slide, please. The multiplexing capability of the prototype described in the poster relies in the accommodation of 4 different reaction lines in the same strip. The first line is for pan-FMDV detection, the second for identification of type O viruses, the third for Asia-1 viruses, and the fourth one for identification of type A viruses. And then we have the usual control line for test validity. In this slide, I show 2 examples of results obtained with 2 TC homogenate. In the first LFT above, the positive reaction in line 1 and 4 identifies a type A virus, and in the one below, the positive reaction in line 1 and 2 identifies a type O virus. The test takes just a few minutes. All you need is a couple of drops of epithelium homogenate, and you don't need any equipment. The device uses the same set of well-characterized monoclonal antibodies that were previously selected for the antigen detection ELISA. So the 2 assays shows similar performances. And despite the intrinsic lower sensitivity of immunoassays compared with the molecular amplification assay, the lateral flow device still represent the simplest tool for on-site diagnosis, and therefore they are most suited in endemic settings with co-circulation of multiple serotypes. Consistently, work in progress will address further validation of the device with archival field samples conserved in international laboratory and evaluation in endemic settings, as well as the development of another multiplex LFD for identification and typing of SAT1 and SAT2 viruses to complete the serotyping set. Next slide, please. Let me take the advantage of these opportunities to introduce also another project that we have undertaken. In line with the EuFMD missions, now extended to other transboundary animal diseases similar to foot-and-mouth disease. The project aims at the development of serological ELISAs based on monoclonal antibodies as diagnostic tools for lumpy skin disease. And we are grateful to colleagues at the FLI Institute in Germany for provision of experimental series essential for assays evaluation. Next slide. Next, please. For this objective, we have raised and characterized a wide panel of monoclonal antibodies specific to LSD virus. Among them, 18 maps recognize a viral protein of 32 kilodalton that is recognized as one of the most immunogenic proteins of pox viruses. We focused on these anti-P32 maps for the development of immunoassays, and in particular, we selected an anti-P32 monoclonal antibody as capture antibody for to immune purify LSD virus from crude suspension onto ELISA plate. And we designed two serological ELISA, one based on a competitive principle using another anti-P32 monoclonal to measure the competition with sera, and an indirect ELISA using an anti-species immunoglobulin conjugated with peroxidase as a secondary antibody. We used sera from 14 cattle experimentally vaccinated with needling virus or infected with the field strains, collected sequentially every week up to 28 days post-infection. And as the two graphs shows, both ELISA consistently detected seroconversion in all cattle by 14 days post-infection. Further studies are in progress related to replacement of LSD virus in the assay with a P32 recombinant protein, and initial results are promising. And to explore the development of a lateral flow device for on-site diagnosis of lumpy skin disease using monoclonal antibodies, which have been shown to efficiently detect LSD virus when used as capture and detector antibodies in a sandwich ELISA. Therefore, this combination of monoclonal antibodies should represent ideal candidates for the design of lateral flow device. I'm going to conclude now. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thanking the audience also on behalf of all the laboratory team at IDSLR, and thanking once again friends and colleagues of EuFMD who have accompanied and inspired my work for so many years. As for me, though in a few days I'll be a happy retiree and it's time for it, I promise myself to continue following updates and initiatives of EuFMD, as well as research outputs relevant to FAST. I wish you all, and especially to the younger scientists, to succeed in the global control of foot-and-mouth disease and FAST. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. And I would say that, well, Amy is really a unique researcher. And I remember a discussion at the beginning of the year when you were looking at the possibility to test the lateral flow devices in the field that you have just described for FMD in the field, and shows really the applied approach of the research that you are conducting. But I would like to invite here on the stage our Kit Samson, our executive secretary, the executive secretary of the EuFMD.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And Emmy, I can only echo what Fabrizio has said. I remember in 2004, when we had the 50th year of EuFMD, you were one of the people voted by the community of the member states for a medal for the work that you had done. That was 16 years ago. And in the 16 years, you have not stopped, I think, every day since to add to that reputation. So it's hugely appreciated. Very few people in football or in science stay with one club the whole of their time and focusing on one disease. Maybe we can't expect that of future generations, but what we can say is you left a tremendous legacy and a tremendously warm feeling that what it is to work with a good partner, one who delivers, who cares, and who is always there when you need at the end of the phone or on a message to correct us in our interpretation of ELISA results, to give us guidance. And that's been a huge help to the work of EuFMD. So it's greatly appreciated. So as you know, you never really retire from FMD. It is expected that you would return as a sort of honorary FMD member of the research community to join our meetings in future. And I don't think you will lose that ability to see what is important and distinguish it from everything else, and to encourage, and that's really appreciated. So I don't know how we add to the medal we gave you in 2004. I have to ask the team how we can do that, except to say really maybe your institute should be renamed. I think Ubertini would be in the 50s, but you are remembered from the 80s until now and should be afterwards. So thank you very much, Emmy.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. It's too for me, too much.
So great. No, it's truly deserved. And so I think we come to the end now of these sessions. Of course, it's an unusual year. We had to meet in a way we weren't expecting. But we hope that you found that each of the sessions has a real value, that the nature of looking beyond one disease, but looking at common drivers and what makes the risks for FMD and for other fast diseases, there's a value in looking at those things together, because those risks that drive livestock mobility are important for multiple diseases, but the risks also relating to our ability to respond to disease are also common. So this year we've seen really a struggle for many veterinary services to be able to give the level of surveillance that they would normally do, to provide the laboratory support that they would normally expect, a diversion of resources, but also probably that has really affected the ability to respond. So these are common, not just to a single disease, but also affecting, in many of the countries we work with, the risk of a large Rift Valley fever outbreak, for lumpy skin disease to continue to spread, for PPR to enter or to spread in small ruminant populations without the usual controls. So there are many things which are common to the drivers, but there are also things which are common to the ability to respond, control, and give options to livestock keepers. One of the things as well is, of course, the ability to access vaccines. And we do rely very heavily on our private sector and parastatal partners to make the vaccines that we need for dealing with fast diseases. So it's good that we've had a discussion about that side, and undoubtedly that partnership will remain critically important to ensure that there is a pipeline of suitable, appropriate vaccines, and there are there is a sufficient security of supply into the future, because the private sector sees a value to invest in that area, and the work that we do to ensure that there is better access and ability of countries to utilize those vaccines. So there are many things that are common between diseases. FMD, undoubtedly, by the way that it affects multiple species, is a model in some respects for diseases in pigs, in small ruminants, in cattle, and in wildlife, and therefore risk-based control plans for foot and mouth disease can be highly relevant in developing it for other diseases. And that commonality should help countries as they seek to make strategies that are based on risk, but also based on the potential for cost-effective services split appropriately between public and private sectors. So we hope that this format for meeting will have been interesting, useful, given you new insights, inspired you to continue in your work. Maybe not for as many years as Emiliana has managed, but we do need your work in this area. Livestock diseases have not gone away in the COVID era. In fact, we have, as mentioned, greater problems than ever to control in certain settings. So with that, I will close and wish everyone a safe, secure, and peaceful end of year, and wishing that we will find a way to meet you up again in person and at least by virtual means early in the new year. We need your work to continue. We need the research that you do, as well as your commitment to put it into practice, and be assured that we're interested to continue working with you, and we hope this format of meetings has been of value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. And I have to say that the Open Session 2020 was organized in a virtual format, and this also demonstrated that the challenges bring innovative solutions, and the virtual environment developed might be a solution for improving training delivery, but the challenges that we faced in definition of risk, emergency response, ensure business continuity of business can also bring innovative solutions. And I have also need to say that the Open Session does not finish here. We have still in January 4 workshops dedicated on risk mapping and forecasting, on surveillance and applied research, on the modeling for improved preparedness and the use of EuFMDs, and also on building a business environment for supporting disease control and livelihood. Last one was on vaccine security. You mentioned just now, Keith, the importance of that, of ensuring supply of quality vaccines. And then we will have a conclusive session on the 16th of February. So our pages will remain open until the web page will remain open until the 17th of February. So people, researchers, scientists can continue discuss and debate over the forum, and people can also join our Telegram channel to be kept up to date on our activities and follow us on the social media. Finally, allow me to thank on behalf of the EuFMD team, the Standing Technical Committee with its chair, Stefan Zientara, the Executive Committee of the EuFMD and its chair, Martin Blake, the European Commission for the constant support, OIE and FAO partners, the reference centers, for the support that we have received for this Open Session, but also that we regularly received in our work program. Thanks also to the chairpersons, keynote presenters, the forum moderators, and the different partners that really helped us and allowed to have this Open Session realized. And of course, I would like to thank really the great EuFMD team. It was really amazing to build all of this in a few months. And it's very difficult, and I really don't want to mention anyone, as really all the team from the technical and the operational side really contributed to the Open Session 2020, giving us the feeling of being in a live conference, even though probably we all need now to meet in person. And well, I don't want, but I really need to thank Nadia Rumic, Cecile Carraz, and Enrique Anton for their dedication and commitment in having this Open Session carried out in a really innovative way. Thank you, Kitos, for your constant and regular support in all what the team is doing. And well, I see you for the official closure on the 16th of February next year. So have a very nice end of the year, great beginning of the new year, and keep safe. Thank you very much.
Auguri, goodbye, and keep well. Thank you.